ki tēnei hui. Salam alaikum. I will open the meeting with a karakia. Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai, ki te hui o te Kōrau Tōtōpū Long-Term Plan Finance and Performance Committee, I tēnei rā. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei mauri ora. I don't believe there are any apologies unless anybody has. Beautiful. And are there any conflict of interest declarations? No, there appear to be none. So we will move on to the minutes. And we will confirm the minutes of our meeting held on 15th of February 2024. I will move. Councillor Panovich will second. And we will put those minutes to a vote. So it looks different. We are using some more accessible features with our voting system, so the results will be more easily able to be read. So that's that contrast, so that's why it looks different. That is carried. There are no items not on the agenda. And so we will go through to public participation, and we're going to have, so our first public participants are Fatima and Soha, who are here from NZ and because it's a special day today, and Ramadan Mubarak, Councillor Abdurrahman is going to say a few words of welcome.
And Assalamu alaikum to our guests and Fatima. Ramadan Mubarak to all Muslim Wellingtonians. Ramadan is the 9th month of Hijri calendar and the month of fasting. This is a very special time for the Muslim community. It is the month wherein the Muslims' Holy Quran was revealed. Today is the first day of the fast for Torah Muslims. During this month, Muslims observe fasting from dawn until sunset. It is time of increased worship, charity, good deeds, feeling for the poor and hungry. It is also a special time because of the festive gatherings around meals during iftar, breaking the fasting in the evening. Neighbors become friends during this time. Friends become families. In December 2023, UNESCO recognized Ramadan's iftar as an intangible cultural heritage. For Kiwi Muslims, this year's Ramadan coincides with the 5th commemoration of the March 15th Christchurch terrorist attack. This year's Ramadan also coincides with the 2nd anniversary of United Nations General Assembly adoption of March 15 as International Day to combat Islamophobia. May this Ramadan brings healing to the heart of the mind of the Shuhada family in Christchurch and to the Muslim community in general. Let us pray for the children of Gaza, Palestine. Let us pray for the children of Sudan. Let us pray for peace and justice. In saying that, I will welcome Soha and Fatima. Welcome to us. Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Mubarak.
Thank you both. And you have 10 minutes, and that includes time for questions if you'd like to leave any time. No mai.
Kia ora. Thank you for having us. Thank you, Councillor Abdurrahman, for that lovely introduction. We've just got a video to start us off with, and then we'll go into introductions in a very short slide pack. for that. We just thought it'll give you a little bit of a flavor of what an NZE Day looks like, although that's the Auckland one. Inshallah, we'll have one for Wellington too. I'm Fatima Iftika. I'm the project lead for NZE Day. I'm doing that working with Niaz Said as well, who's also the project lead, and he couldn't be here today, unfortunately. And I'll let Soha introduce herself.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Soha Ahmed, and I'm funding lead of the NZE Day in Wellington.
We are here today just to give you a brief background to the event and also highlight how important it is, the support of Wellington City Council for making this event a success. So I'll move on to the next slide around what is Eid. So just bringing it down to the context that we do have two celebrations a year. One's called Eid al-Fitr, which is celebrating the end of the month of Ramadan, of fasting. And then we'll have Eid al-Adha, which is the festival of sacrifice and the celebration of the Hajj. They're within sort of 6 to 8 weeks of each other. And the dates are determined based on the lunar calendar, similar to the Maramataka calendar. And so, inshallah, Eid al-Fitr this year will be in April. Now, Soha kindly reminded me to discuss why we are involved in NZE Day and why it's important. So when my son was about 3 years old, we were sort of bedtime stories, reading it. And he looked at me, and I think it was around Christmas time. And he goes to me, Mum, like, you know, in Christmas, like, lots of kids receive presents, eh? I said, yeah, they do. And then he goes, oh, okay. Well, I think I want to be Christian, and I think I want to be white, because this is how you get presents. And that reminded me, I said, oh, okay, well, we've got our own celebrations, and it is important that, you know, we have these celebrations. It's like, well, when is it? And so we've always celebrated Eid at home, but what I realized then is having a big celebration around the community and how kids get involved and how our youth really have a day to identify as their own celebration was important. I used to be a former Aucklander, so I'll take your commiserations, and have experienced NZE Day in Auckland for at least a decade. And I realize it is a day that is quite big, brings a big celebration to our whānau, to our families, and to our kids. And so this sort of is our purpose in terms of our why. It is for our kids and for our wider community as well. So I just wanted to highlight what we've done for Wellington. So we brought our first event in July 22. It was held at Sky Stadium. We were blown away by the engagement and the numbers that we had. I think we planned for 600 people. Mm-hmm. We had 3,000 show up. So we start the day with prayers, and again, we had sort of got these 2 rooms, put together like a really small sort of event, and we had 1,000 attendees show up for morning prayer. And then throughout the day, we had 3,000 to 4,000 attendees. We started out with 25 stall holders who were small business owners around Wellington City and Lower Hutt, Upper Hutt. They sell halal food, ethnic wear, jewelry. We got a chance to highlight their wares as well, and made the fees affordable. And importantly, we had quite a few games for kids. Based on the success of this event, we were able to organize 2 events in 2023. We took Eid al-Fitr to Porirua and got engagement with the community there and really good support by the City Council there as well, and then brought Eid al-Adha back to Sky Stadium in June last year. That one was held on a weekday, and we were surprised. We had, again, 4,000 attendees right throughout the day, increased our prayer attendees to about 1,200 in the morning. Our stall holders were engaged by this time. We had about 48 stall holders, so almost doubling from when we started in a year. And we had a huge range of games and activities for our kids and our youth as well. So the key message here for this council was how important it is the support from Wellington City Council to make this event a success. So funding support from Wellington City Council is important. Given that we are presenting at the Long-Term Plan Committee, your continued support for community event sponsorship really is key for keeping our communities and our identity alive. Also, we've been able to work with your funding team around access to community funds and grants. Something to consider is for our organization, we can't access funds that are lotteries funding based. So that really limits our pool of funding access. So we would really appreciate the support from the City Council to make funds that are accessible that are not lotteries based as well for community groups like us. We also want to raise the point around affordable venues. Look, we wanted to bring this event down to TSB Arena, and we really tested that for Eid al-Adha last June. And to be honest, the cost was prohibitive. It was too far out for a community organization to organize that event. Sky Stadium offers community rates. They are very welcoming in terms of working with our community and what works for us. So we, again, thought maybe we'll raise this here where the Wellington City will be able to work with their venues about working with community organizations to organize big events. Volunteers and community support are key. We are not successful without the huge amount of volunteers we have, and we've been able to access that from the wider community this time as well. So Volunteer Wellington has been fantastic in coming and helping us with our events. Lastly, I talked to Councillor Abdul Rahman, and we'll send an email out shortly inviting you all to participate at New Zealand Eid Day in Wellington. That'll be either on Thursday, April 11th or Friday, April 12th, based on the sighting of the moon. It's at Sky Stadium from 9 a.m. onwards. That invite goes to everybody here as well. So that's us.
All right. We have time for a question. Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much for this presentation. It's very enlightening. Did you know that we have grants for venues, venue grant? You do, and have you applied for these? Oh, great. Excellent.
Yes, we have. And I think it doesn't cover the full cost of hiring something like TSB Arena, just given the facilities that we have to then add on top of that, things like sound, AV, stage costs, and things like that, yeah. So
okay.
we have explored that.
Okay, perhaps when you have a look at it next time, you could drop me a note and I can see what I can help with sound and venues help, because we do quite a lot of that for the other communities. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you.
All right.
It doesn't. Oh, Councillor Abdul Rahman.
Why not? They should finish their 10 minutes. So I heard the plan was at some stage to host it at Takina, and was it similar to because of the funding, or that option was not explored?
Can you repeat this, sorry?
There was a discussion at some stage in the community to host the Eid al-Fitr at Takina.
Oh, yeah, it didn't work out because Takina had some restrictions about the food stalls, and we do have people who make food on the spot, so we couldn't do it, yeah.
Fantastic, okay.
We're nearly out of time. Thank you both for taking the time to come in. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ramadan Mubarak. And I have asked Stephen to ask Wellington NZ to give us a little bit of an update about the community provision with venues. That would be great. Thank you, Stephen. I would now like to welcome David Dome from Wellington Phoenix FC, who is here to talk to us about the mayoral delegation. And before, and we can have up to 10 minutes, including time for questions, David, but I would also, just while you're here, like to say congratulations on the best season ever and how exciting it is for our whole city.
Kia ora. Yeah, thank you very much. We're very proud and very pleased for how well the team is going this year. There's a number of factors, but yeah, it's been a wonderful season. Not just the men's team, but the women's team. They're just outside the six. We're hopeful they get into the finals, and they have a decent run into the finals as well. And fingers crossed, if we can stay at the top like we are at the moment, and then win our semi-final, we have a grand final here in Wellington, which would be at Sky Stadium, which would be fantastic. And it's a good segue actually, because we've done it really tough the last 10 years. We've had COVID. We went through, some of you in the room will probably remember the Save the Nix campaign when the Football Federation Australia wanted to kick us out of the competition. And it's only by the strong will of the owners that we stuck around. And for us now, it's almost like the payback for our fans and the city who have supported us so well for so long. And if we can make a grand final, we really think that would be magnificent for the city. It would bring so much attention, great for the club and great for the fans. And I think it's a really good segue in that I know I'm only here representing the owners. And the owners who have sunk a lot of money into this venture, and it's certainly like it's charity on a massive scale. It's massive philanthropy. What they put into the club, many millions of dollars that keeps the club going, which is really the benefit for the city and the country, and what they managed to do and what we've managed to do and what we're producing. We have an academy now which is the best in the league, producing some fantastic young players, both boys and girls coming through. We signed 11 players from our academy into our men's first team and about 5 from the women's team, and there's more coming through all the time. And I think that's really indicative of what the club brings to the city. And it's not been easy. Like I say, it's a very, very expensive business. But the owners are committed to it, and they'll see it through right to the very end. And I'm very proud of what we've managed to build. And so it sort of talks a little bit about what we need to do as a club. We lose money every year. We've tried everything to try and close that gap. The reality is Wellington's a very small metro. It's very hard to generate the cash to close the gap of millions of dollars. We can't really sell enough season tickets. We can't sell enough match day tickets. Commercials limited. The commercial base is in Auckland. So we had to struggle, and now with an Auckland franchise coming in, it's probably going to make it just that slightly much more difficult. So we're looking at our business model now. Probably the reality is we do have to look overseas for not investment, but for business partnerships. The mayoral delegation that we went to China in September last year was incredible in terms of opening up some doors. We visited 3 cities, Xiamen, Beijing, and Tianjin. And from those meetings, we now have a relationship with Tianjin. We're playing up there in September, and they're going to come back here next year. And then through some contacts at the China Business Council, New Zealand China Business Council, we're now looking at a relationship into Chengdu and potentially Shanghai. Now, these are massive opportunities for the club. The proposition is potentially that we build something quite special in Wellington around football and education, which would be magnificent for the city and give us a profile and essentially a revenue line where we're not reliant on the owners writing checks every month to fund the club, which is, disheartening for us as a club to have to go back to the owners every month just to pay salaries. So that's a very exciting development, and I can't stress how important it is to be part of a mayoral delegation when you travel, because it gets you to the right people immediately, and it gets you to a number of people very, very quickly. So I think we can, it was full on. It was bang, bang, bang. We were meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. The delegation would split out, going to different parts of contacts which were relevant to them. And we went to schools, we went to clubs, we went to sport bureaus, which in China is essentially the access point to the people that move and shake. And when you're on a mayoral delegation, you get right to the right people immediately. And you also, I know it's sort of a bit tried, but it actually means you can travel much quicker because the travel is organised and you're not getting public transport, you're not trying to move around and get things done by yourself. You're actually in a position where you can move around very, very quickly. So those are extremely important aspects to that trip. And like I say, now we've made that connection. Those connections now are growing very, very quickly. And it could be, an extremely important part of this club, but not only the club, also the city and the region.
We do have a few questions, the first being from Councillor Pannett.
Thanks very much for coming in, and I'm glad you found the trip useful. The women have been in the media recently over politics and sport, which is great. I'm just wondering if the Phoenix has got any views on the politics of China and raising human rights, which is an issue I'll raise later. Thank you.
Yeah, look, whenever we deal with anybody whether it's China or the Middle East, it's obviously at the forefront of our minds when we're dealing with people. But the relations we have are the people-to-people aspect for us, which is always the most important. And if we are working with people, because in China there is the government, and then you have the private sector as well, and there is a private sector in China, and they're different. And when we deal with them, you're separating them out. The sports aspect for us is always the most important part of the negotiation or the discussion. And what we're trying to do is actually build bridges between communities and between cultures. And we think New Zealand and Wellington's very good in that space. We are largely seen as neutral or a country that is friendly to building relationships. And what we were trying to do is build partnerships through sport to build the connections between cultures.
Pauiwi Liz Kelly.
Kia ora. Through you, Madam Chair. Can you confirm for me if you would have been able to achieve the opportunities that were presented to you on going on this delegation? Can you confirm or a rating, or would you have been able to do it if you on your own if you hadn't gone with the mayoral delegation?
No, 100% no.
So in your view, it was very important.
It was worth. We paid our own way.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of money.
Yeah.
I flew economy class all the way there. The Phoenix doesn't squander money, right?
Yeah.
We don't float. You don't chuck things around like that. At my age, I don't like flying economy class. But we did it, and it was worth every cent. And I would encourage the city to do more of these, and we will be on the back. We will be part of that delegation wherever it goes. As long as it's a football-friendly country, we'd want to be part of that delegation. It would have taken me many months to come up with those same level of contacts.
So, and another question, if I can.
If I could.
Could you rate for me as well, or tell us about how you felt having the support of the iwi partners there?
Yeah. If you know anything about the Phoenix, we've been on a bit of a culture and values exploration ourselves the last 2 years, and we've realigned so we've built our connection with Te Atiawa, and that's now an intrinsic part of who we are as an identity. We use the tōku as part of our strip design. It's part of everything we do. It's hard-coded into our values now. The connection with EU was it was so important. It's so important not only for us as a club, because it's now part of our identity, but for us as a city. And I'm strongly of the belief that tikanga is part of who we are as a nation, and that we should be reflecting that on the global stage.
All right. Thank you. Really pleased to hear that.
Probably time for just one more, Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. I think it's really good to understand that soccer is a country by itself for some who thinks it's... So my question for you is, you signed a memo recently in Wellington, and what that memo means for the club and in general, can you just tell us?
Yeah, I mean, it's a formality, but it's the way the business gets done in China. They need the MOUs to get things done through their governmental system. The first one is we'll go up there in September and play a game there, and then they'll come here next September. But there's also other things in that MOU which talk about young people from China coming to Wellington to do education and to do football. And I've just started those discussions with Tianjin now. We want to have 30 young people from China here in June, July in a football camp, and then doing English language as well. So it's not just football, it's cultural connections for us as well. And they're very interested in New Zealand culture and what it means to live in New Zealand. So we're pretty excited about it.
Great.
I think we're probably out of time. Thank you so much, David. And on behalf of all my colleagues, can I wish the team the very best of luck for the semi-finals, and the very best of luck to the women's team as well for getting into the top. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
I would now, our final public participant, I would like to welcome, and apologies if I butcher your name, Laurent Herveich. Correct me, from Floating Rock to speak to the same item. Welcome, no mai.
Thank you very much. It's Laurent Herveich. No offense.
I couldn't do it without the accent. It's not the same.
I'm used to it. It's fine. Thank you for having me. I don't know. Should I get question first, or do you want me to?
If you'd like to say a few words first, and then we can take questions at the end. If there's anything you'd like to share with us about,
I can share why I was there. And who is Floating Rock, and why we get there. Floating Rock is a very young studio. So our background is we're coming from the film industry. So we all work at Weta FX. And we decided 4 years ago to create our little studio in Wellington. And after that, we try to be highly dynamic. We created an event, maybe you know it, about Pitch Fest. So we created Pitch Fest, and we also participating to the first Wellington Animation Film Festival, who is going to happen this weekend. There is some tickets are still available if you want to go there. And we're trying to be very dynamic for the community. And but we are a young studio, and we need contact. So we're doing business trip. But we have a lot of connection with the US mainly, and we're trying here in New Zealand, of course, Australia. So we do a lot of business development in this area, but of course Asia, it's a huge potential for us. The film industry is highly dynamic. In China a little bit, I mean, it's getting there, but also South Korea was a huge market for us. So the idea, and because New Zealand have an agreement with different countries, including China and South Korea. So the idea is like we went there to find partnership and work. And we sit at the table that would have been very hard to get without this delegation, because most of our connection is more like, as I say, America or New Zealand or Australia. So to sit at those tables was a huge chance for us. And two of the company we talked to, we're still in talk. It takes time. But the benefits can be quite massive. So our company right now, we grow quite a lot last year. We are now 50 people. But if a contract lands, it will be like hundreds of work for the community and a lot of money too. So yeah. That was the reason why I went there. Usually, I'm not the one doing business and talking. I'm more like the artist, but because I was in holidays in Japan, it makes things easier. And also, we are a small company, so all the money we spend on this trip, we're really careful with that. So, but yeah, I couldn't agree more with what David Dom just said before. Is like it's a huge chance to be there, and that's why we participated.
Do you have any questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor McNulty.
Thank you for coming in. Did you find, like David, it was just a door opener? You just got right to the right people without having to, things that you wouldn't have been able to do if you tried to organise a trip yourself?
I mean, I think it was even more than that. I won't say name because I might forget people. It was like the delegation helped us also to suggest like people to meet. So there was people from the New Zealand, how do you say, political aspect there that was helping us to also maybe being aware of some studio that we didn't know before. So it was just not us giving like, oh, we want to meet these people. It's also like, oh, look at this business. That can be very interesting for you. We were interested into video game industry because as a film, we also can do cinematics for games. And we met like several of like very big video games. And also I found, I don't have much experience with delegation, but I found out that the respect, because we were part of the delegation, the respect we got from them was like quite impressive for me. So, so yeah, there was some sort of aura. There was, yeah. So.
Have another question from Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much for this. It's been great. How would you compare the CG industry in China compared to New Zealand at the moment? Do you think that they're at around the same level, or the development of is actually much different from what we're doing here?
For the film industry, or yes?
Yep.
I don't know. I might not be the specialist to compare between China and what's happening in New Zealand. I don't want to give like some wrong information, because I'm more like some sort of artist technical. So as I say, in my team, I have people that probably better fit to answer that question. But I will say maybe we are missing some more investment, I would say, in the film industry. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to say something that would be a mistake.
I guess my question is that a lot of your industry is based around software development, and so software is the very key to actually making it work. So if you're comparing the software abilities in China versus New Zealand, do you think that they've got more sort of investment in development, so we could actually benefit from that in New Zealand? Or do you think that New Zealand is actually up to the play on a lot of this?
I think the thing is, I think New Zealand benefits a lot from Weta Digital, like the work, and especially Wellington. When I worked there and I decided to do my own experience, I was kind of astonished to see like the potential outside of Weta with all the people and the talent that exists. So in the software development, in also the artistic aspect, there's so many artists and people here and knowledge that I think make the place quite unique. And even China, with all the money they have, they don't get that experience. We got some experience that is quite unique in the world. So I think this is where Floating Rock tried to also, we don't want to do exactly the same thing as Weta. We're trying to do something a bit different, but we have to acknowledge the fact that if all this talent exists in Wellington, is because of Peter Jackson and Weta Digital. There's no question. But now we have all those pool of talents here, and we want to be. We know also Floating Rocks is not the only small studio. There's like several studios that exist, and what we have is the experience. That's what I say unique in the world. So in China, they have like very good software development. They also quite cheap. When talking to some of the owners of company there, we were talking about price, and of course, it is cheap. So having some sort of partnership like this potentially could create, being able to work on projects and benefit from each other, because they're very good. They're good too, especially with software development, but they don't have the experience to make it like the creative, appealing aspect of a movie that we have.
That's great. Yeah. Excellent. Thanks. One last question on that. Are you concerned about piracy, about software being sort of copied and taken by some of these companies? Is that an issue? Like, do you have security built into the software that you actually do? Is that a concern?
No, we already have a partnership with one Chinese studio that started before the delegation. No, we've made contracts. I'm not much more concerned than any other countries in the world.
Great. It's excellent. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. I think we're out of time. I'd like to thank you so much for coming in and speaking with you. My apologies again for mispronouncing your name so badly. Wonderful. Thank you. Right. So let's try and do one item of business before morning tea. Which I guess just as a general note, we do have a big day tomorrow, so it would be good if we didn't have such a long day today, but that's up to all of us. So the first item of business is the CCO Q2 report. Nau mai Jamie Crump to introduce the report.
Tēnā koutou katoa. In introducing our CCO whānau's Q2 reports, I'd like to highlight that our CCOs delivered another strong performance during Q2 despite a challenging economic environment. All visitor-related organisations surpassed their targets, apart from the cable car. But in saying that, the cable car only just missed their Q2 target, and that was due to some cruise ship cancellations. A couple of highlights to note. Outstanding highlights from the quarter include Zealandia being awarded the highest New Zealand tourism accolade, the Air New Zealand Supreme Tourism Award for its sustainable and regenerative business. And Te Nukuawa Wellington Zoo's visitor numbers were almost 5,000 ahead of target year to date. And we're certainly seeing the continued positive impact of snow leopards and the birth of a baby giraffe near adding to that. So, yeah, look, happy to take any pātai. Kia ora.
Kia ora. We do have one already from Councillor Young.
Actually, I've got a whole stream of them. May I start with the cable car? So, now that you can't use the snapper on it, tourists who come off just on a one-off basis pay the same as someone like one of us going up there. Is there going to be any differential between locals and visitors?
Yes, no, there's differentials between locals and visitors. So the cable car, I can't remember how long it's been in place now, but they've got special pricing for locals that regularly use the cable car. So
No, I mean locals who don't regularly use the cable car. So I mean, it's one thing if you're, a regular commuter, but
yes.
Someone like me who might go up once a month.
Yes, no, currently it's the same price if you're a tourist or a local in terms of you just going on a one-off trip. But I do know the cable car is looking at other opportunities for new products to introduce that may look at other ways of looking at that in terms of differential pricing. Yeah.
So they're talking about transition period. I mean, what is the transition period and what is it transitioning to?
I think they're talking about the national, how there's going to be a national solution. So at the moment, they just accept normal payment, but why they phased out Snapper was one, because of the significant cost of running that system, but also with the night that there's going to be a national transport solution coming soon.
Okay, thank you. So the next question is about Experience Wellington. One is the Nan Street Cottage. I see the visitor numbers are incredibly low. Is there any thought of repurposing it? I mean, the thought of making it so someone could actually live there?
Yeah, they can't live there in terms of, we have looked at that, they have looked at that, because yes, I do note, and we have actually asked them the question if it's worthwhile keeping open because of that cost. The issue is in the fact that it's a historic cottage, and the savings that they feel they can be made by closing it would be minimal. But noting that we have asked them to put a commercial plan together for the new financial year to address exactly that in terms of low visitor numbers versus costs.
It would be very sad to close it. I'm just thinking about why don't we have someone living in it?
Unfortunately, they can't. Some windows don't open and there's no proper kitchen and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. There would be a cost. Okay, so the second thing is, can you tell me what is happening about the Nikau Cafe? All this confusion over the lease and lawyers being employed by both sides. I mean, what is happening to that iconic cafe with the best kedgeree in New Zealand?
That is still being discussed in terms of the City Gallery, Experience Wellington, lawyer to lawyer at the moment, so we're not involved in those discussions.
Okay, and then, actually this is just a detailed question about the zoo. I'll save it for Karen another time. Thank you very much.
Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, I'm just interested in cost per visit of how much subsidies that we enable. So like I see for the Basin Reserve, we subsidise a visit by $54 currently, and I know there's a comment that will significantly improve, but I can't really see any trend. And also looking across all the CCOs, so is there or has there been any consideration given to how much we subsidise a visit to anything, is it in comparison to some of the other services that this council might be providing?
We haven't looked at that recently, Councillor Calvert, but I do note that we are going to be doing a CCO review in this in preparation for the next long-term plan, and looking at subsidies will be one of the terms of reference of that.
And also looking at, would that also include in comparison to other services that this council might be providing?
Well, it could, yes, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much for this. My question is about the dogs on the cable cars. Now, I've taken several people up onto the cable car simply because they can actually take their dogs, and I find it is actually a very attractive, and it is enticing them to go up. So is there any research on the amount of extra people that we're actually getting on there because of this new policy?
We're not aware of any research, but we can certainly ask the question of the cable car. I understand it's been very successful, and they certainly believe that it's added to the passenger volume. Yeah.
Councillor Brown.
I mean, just to go on from Diane's question about the subsidy per visitor to things like the Basin Reserve and elsewhere, but do we look at to just say, does council actually look at the cost that we charge users of these venues? And in particular, I'm thinking of Sky Stadium and the charges that are imposed on people like the FedEx, who we've just had in here talking about a moment ago, because it does seem to me that there is we're a monopoly provider of these facilities in many cases, and I'm concerned that we're not as cheap as we should and could be. And I just want to know whether we actually have a look at the charges to see what we think about what is being imposed on the users of these venues.
In terms, obviously each CCO has its own board. In terms of the venues run by Wellington NZ, a venue strategy is getting developed as part of the SOI process for this year, and accessibility is the core driver of that piece of work. In terms of the stadium and the basin, they both have their own criteria in terms of community access, but we don't know.
Shouldn't we? Shouldn't we impose an external discipline, given that if we feel that ultimately it's our responsibility to actually make sure that they are being cost efficient, and I'm quite sceptical that they are.
Well, at the moment we have the method that we use is those venue subsidies that we provide in order to enable that community access. But in saying that via the SOI process, we actually direct them to be as commercially sustainable as possible. So sometimes those two things are in conflict. So that's why we administer the community access in order to enable that, so the CCOs themselves can try and make those venues work.
Could at some point in future, perhaps in the future reports, would it be possible for you to actually provide us with costings that these venues are actually imposing on their users, so we can then, if you're not willing to actually go out there and have a look and see whether in fact the costings are appropriate and as low as possible, that we can then, as representatives of the community, make that judgment ourselves?
Perhaps can I just jump in and answer the question? I think the way that this works is that we provide an operating grant to most of our CCOs, and then they've got to, in effect, employ a commercial strategy to, I guess, make up the difference.
I think you're actually debating, Councillor.
Okay.
I think the questions have been answered, and this is also a conversation we can have as part of the SOI process.
Yep.
So I think there are no more questions. So thank you, Jamie and Anna. And Councillor McNulty is going to. Well, I think we can try and get this paper done before we break. So Councillor McNulty is going to move the reports, and Councillor Abdurrahman is going to second.
Happy to move. I don't think there's any need for commentary, but shall it arise, I will happily respond to it and write a reply.
Would anybody else like to debate? I do not. Oh, Deputy Mayor Foon, all right.
You've got to get a good news story out. Just to acknowledge the CCOs and the work that they do for the city and bringing in amazing events to the city which make our city vibrant. And also want to acknowledge Shane Harmon, as in this report. He was his final, but for the mighty mahi they did around the FIFA World Cup. But actually what I did want to talk about was an innovation story, and it really impressed me that during FIFA World Cup they were short of caterers for the events during the week games. And so what they did, they worked with schools for the students to come in and provide the catering service, and then the money that they earned, they were paid for that, went back to the school and for school trips. And I just think that is a really great story of how, to collaborate and problem solve and really get a win-win situation. So I really did want to highlight that, and also the Sky Stadium sustainability goals are really going gung-ho, particularly Wash Up Welly, which is a new service whereby we are using a multi-use system so that we're not creating waste. And Wellington, this is a first, and so I'm very excited to see this start rolling out. So, and 82% waste diversion, pretty awesome.
Right, thank you. I don't see any further debate, so we will put this report to the vote and then we'll break for morning tea. Ka whakapuaki o Kuamana. I declare the motion carried. We will now break for 15 minutes morning tea and come back at 10:30. Thank you. All right, we'll reconvene, and we are now going to move on to the Q2 performance report. And, well, I don't really need to welcome... Oh, sorry, I've skipped a page. Apologies. No, item 2.2, the report back on the mayoral delegation to Asia. Please welcome Baz to introduce the report.
Good morning, councillors. So just by way of introduction, what you've got in front of you is a noting paper that reports back on the mayoral-led delegation to Asia in September. I thought it'd be worth just explaining a little bit about our sister cities. So we have quite a number of them, and normally what we do is we do visit at least one a year in terms of an outbound visit, and we receive about 40 to 60 inward-bound delegations as well. So quite a lot come to us. So often it's about one a week. Obviously, that didn't happen during COVID, so we had a couple of years where it was very, very quiet. And then when the borders reopened, of course, we had a lot of invitations to go and visit our sister cities overseas, but we also had quite a lot of demand from our own community for a mayoral-led business delegation to go overseas as well. So the economy, of course, was impacted by COVID-19, and particularly international students as well. And so that's when we took a paper to committee in June last year and got approval not only to visit our sister cities over in Asia, to do a business delegation, as well as sign a sister city agreement with Seoul. It's worth noting that at that time our expectation was that the delegation would be of a similar size as they have been in the past, which is kind of around that 10 to 15 mark in terms of business delegates. But due to the pent-up demand that was in the sector, it grew to the mid-20s. So it was, we've looked through the files, and it was basically the biggest delegation that we've taken since, I think, the year 2000. So a very large delegation, and they're very complex to organise, because when we go, they all have different interests. They all want to meet different businesses over there, and we facilitate that. We organise it, and then on the ground we facilitate it. So it's very complex to do. But as David Dome said this morning, earlier today, being part of a mayoral delegation is very useful. It opens doors, it gets you into contact with the right people at the right time, and it opens those doors for business to happen. So that's worth noting. In terms of the trip, I think it was overall very, very successful. We did the business delegation, we did the survey of the business delegates. They all came back saying it was very positive. They were very satisfied. You heard some of it this morning. And of course, we signed the sister city agreement with Seoul as well. So I'll leave it there as an introduction. I'll take the paper as read, but we're of course happy to take any questions that you may have.
Yes, so Councillor Pannett has a question.
Sorry, can you remind me when the review of the international policy is being done?
Yep, it's still on the books, and it's being worked on at the moment. So it's been on the books for a little while. We kind of put a pause on it during COVID time, since we weren't actually doing any overseas visits and no one was coming here. But we've got someone on it now, and we hope to get it concluded this year.
And will there be a chance to have a workshop?
Yes.
And I presume human rights weren't raised in this visit?
No, they were not. So if you look at our Chinese relationship, they go back quite some time. I think Beijing was signed in 2006. Our sister city relationship with Xiamen goes all the way back to 1987. Our relationships are heavily focused on social, cultural and economic connections. That doesn't mean that the political issues aren't real, but we rely on MFAT to raise those on our behalf. They've got the expertise to do that, and they do that on a regular basis.
Okay, there don't appear to be any other questions, Baz. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, well, sorry, what, Councillor Chung?
Thank you. Given that we subsidise Takahiri to the tune of $26,000, can we get some sort of feedback on... Sorry,
could you be a bit more specific in your language? Takahiri is the agreement that we have?
Sorry, the Takahiri partners to go on this trip. Can we get some feedback on the value that they actually receive from that? Or any discussion about what they actually achieved?
So some of it's already covered off in the report. So they're very positive about the trip. This is one of the first trips that they've gone in of this nature. They have separately signed a number of different agreements, and there's already exchanges happening between our Takahiri partners here, as well as some jurisdictions overseas in South Korea, as well as China as well. So that's the extent of my knowledge. Karepa will have more of an understanding of that. I'm not sure if he's here and able to add detail. You are?
I think, Councillor, through the Chair, iwi had similar benefits to that what was referred to by the public participation today, in being able to also work with the education institutes that are over there and form some relationships in those spaces. Working on energy as well was another of their topics. So I think there's a long list of those benefits that all the participants kind of brought back, and Takahiri partners are included in that.
Great, thank you. Were these Takahiri partners, were they promoting any businesses at all? Like when you're talking about energy, you're talking about education, what were they, what was the objective, to actually develop more business?
Their objective was to represent the partnership that we have with Takahiri, and so therefore the community, the city as a whole, was their primary objective, and that includes bringing people in to have relationships with local schools and things like that. So there is flow-on effects to individual businesses and community organisations, yes, but actually the portfolio that they went with was as iwi, as Takahiri partners.
Right, there appear to be no more questions. Thank you. I would now like to call on Mayor Whānau to move the paper.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you. Very happy to move this paper. And I want to start by thanking Tom, Melanie, Jennifer for organising this trip. It was, you don't realise it till you're on the ground just how incredibly detailed and well organised it was. The program was incredibly intense. And of course, Karepa and Michael for providing support on the ground as well. Because, and I will say this, like, I was so amazed by Tom and the way that he just ran everywhere and was like, he was the man and he had all the connections, and it was just a really incredible sight to see him in his element. But it was just, him and his team just provided so much value to the trip. So thank you for that. The trip was incredible, and as you've heard from the previous speakers, but incredibly hard work. And there really were meetings for about 12 hours a day with very few breaks, but it was totally worth it. Those who came, had a great time. We built quite a good collaborative vibe, travelling on a couple of buses throughout the cities the whole time. We took a bullet train to get from these places, and it was an incredibly positive experience. As you've heard, Phoenix in particular had a very successful time there. We also had the opportunity for one of the world summits in South Korea to speak twice on the world stage with all the other mayors from around the world. That was incredible. And things we talked about were, one, our smart cities initiatives, digital twin, and the innovation that we're doing in that space. And it was, well, we won an award, and it was incredibly celebrated by people who were there. I don't know if you remember pop star Psy, who did Gangnam Style. He was sitting right next to me, and I didn't know until he was called up to the stage, and then I was just trying to play it cool, and he complimented my, my tamil, so that's great. And the other benefit that came from the trip, you've seen the list in the paper between the universities, sports, gaming, film, music school, and of course our sister city agreements. But we are now hosting the World Tourism Summit in April here as a result. And so again, Tom and the team are very fast and working really hard and making that a success. We've already got about 300 confirmed delegates from overseas, so that'll be incredibly positive for our city and Tākina. some of the topics that were of great interest with all the other mayors that we met with, they were quite, I suppose, taken or fascinated by the fact that I was Māori and could represent Indigenous values, and that was incredible too. So having that teamed up with our iwi partners playing a really strong tikanga role left an impression. So that was really wonderful. Other things we talked about, film featured very heavily as an interest area of collaboration with, I would say, the three countries, tech, innovation and gaming. So those are the big areas where they're interested in, and that will continue. But again, just thank you for all the work that was put in the trip. It was really wonderful. I'm very appreciative, so thank you to councillors and the council for letting me go on that trip. It was very valuable. Thank you.
Kia ora. The Deputy Mayor is going to second the paper. Do you wish to speak, Deputy Mayor Foon?
Yeah, I would. That's really exciting news. Thank you, Mayor Whānau, for updating us about the tourism summit. That's another great outcome. But what I would like to do is thank the Mayor for leading the delegation to visit our sister cities. And it was really important at that post-COVID point that we did that, and it was good to hear that the demand was there. It is really important for a mayor to go and wave the flag for what is unique about our city and where the opportunities lie, particularly at a time like that, and particularly now when our business community is asking us for leadership in that space. So it is absolutely the right thing to do. And I guess just the opportunity too that I am hearing on the street, my experience is when we go and visit, our local stakeholders really, their conversations are more cemented because we are showing that our commitment. And so it is important that a sister city relationship is not a light token gesture, that we are showing that we want to build those opportunities and exchanges. So I think, as David said this morning, that these delegations should be an economic development strategy, part of our strategy, and that we should be encouraging the leader of our city to do more, and I will be doing that. So thank you for going, Mayor Whānau.
Councillor Pannett.
Thank you. The Chair encouraged me to be me. So
that wasn't an all-encompassing statement.
Of course not. So look, I'd like to thank the Mayor and all the staff and the people that went overseas. I think, there are always good opportunities to collaborate and to build those bridges, as the Phoenix said. But I do want to just voice a moral issue. This is a very long ongoing issue, and it's good that, in fact, it was Councillor Winera who brought this back, that we do need to update our policy. I was here when we changed it to have an economic focus, and I opposed it. And the Mayor at the time said, oh no, look, by talking to people, we are making change. Well, I am not entirely convinced of that. From the US State Department, the totalitarian ideology under the absolute rule of the Chinese Communist Party denies citizens of their rights on a sweeping scale and systematically curtails freedoms as a way to retain power. Minority groups are subject to arbitrary detention, Orwellian-style surveillance, political indoctrination, torture, forced abortions and sterilisation, and state-sponsored forced labour. So, of course, I do make a separation between people and government. This is my criticism is of the government, who practice capitalism but don't practice the sort of the freedoms that go alongside. And the point is that when we go and do these things, and there's other countries who do this too, are we implicitly supporting this very, very bad regime? Now, of course, we do things in this country that aren't great either, and it's good to for people to hold us to account too. But they are really not great. And, we might get some business out of them, but do I really want to be supporting a regime that does this sort of things to minority groups and the majority of its people. And I think we just need to take a careful look at that when we update our policy, because I'm sorry, if we have to make money through death or forcing people to do things they wouldn't otherwise choose to do, I think there is a problem.
Councillor Chung.
Thank you. I'd just like to sort of make a comment on my fellow councillor Iona's speech there. Now, as most of you know, I've spent a considerable amount of my career working in international venues, international countries. I've worked in 46 countries and worked for 8 international companies. Now, I have considerable experience in China, having spent some years there. I was based in Guangzhou, and what I'd like to say, just reinforce what Iona has just said, is that I have a very good friend who was my hairdresser when I was based in Guangzhou, and she married a chap from Shengang, went up there, and she contacted me about a year ago, and she said that she was forcibly taken to the hospital and sterilised because they didn't want to have any more children, Shengang children there. So I'd just like to add that comment. Thank you.
Doesn't appear that there is any further debate. Mayor Whānau, do you wish to have a right of reply?
I was also, forgot to thank Anna, who was also on the trip. And as you heard from Floating Rock, she was able to, on the ground, set up those meetings on the fly, as well as being planned. So thank you, team.
All right, we will go to the vote. That is carried. Could we please cut the conversations across the table? We will move on to the next item, the Q2 performance report. Sorry that I jumped the gun on that one earlier. No, Stephen MacArthur, Lloyd, anybody else? Welcome, and Andrea, and to introduce the report.
Kia ora, councillors. I just wanted to make some overall high-level report comments before handing over to Lloyd and to Andrea. So look, overall the Q2 is showing strong performance from the council. The capital program is largely on track, and our priority investment portfolio is healthy, and the status is green and the risk profile low. In terms of our KPI performance, during this quarter, we've seen an improvement from 59% in Q1 to 64% in Q2, and it compares with about 61% at the same stage last year. There are a number of highlights, obviously, throughout the report, and I guess each council will have their own particular area of interest, but some ones that I just wanted to mention. Obviously the FIFA World Cup, and the reason I'm raising that is that the stadium only reports through to us every 6 months. We hosted 9 matches with a total attendance of 231,000 spectators, which actually flowed on to give a boost to organisations like the Zoo, Zealandia and the Cable Car. I had a number of festivals during this time, including the New Year's Eve celebrations and other festivals, which add vibrancy to the city and support local businesses. Probably may not be a highlight for everybody around the table, but we have progressed, obviously, a lot of work on the LTP, and of course there's a item there later, but really just to acknowledge that it is a massive commitment from both elected members and staff to run through that sort of process, and also probably just to note that we signed off, or the council did, the policy and strategy work program, which really is giving direction to that forward program, bearing in mind that changes can happen during the life of that program. So look, the key takeouts really are there are still plenty of challenges to work on, but overall our delivery is picking up and performance is tracking well. I'm going to hand over to Lloyd just to give a little bit more detail around the non-financial performance, and Andrew's going to cover off the financial performance. And just before they start, obviously we had a Q&A session yesterday, but obviously if there are any remaining questions, we're happy to answer that once they've presented.
Morena, councillors. Thank you, Stephen. And just following on from what Stephen has just said, just noting that the quarterly report provides a number of other components, not just the KPIs themselves. It covers the portfolio of the strategies, for example, Te Ora and Te Arakora, and those strategies are reported to you in the report itself. Largely, those strategies are going according to plan, and any challenges that do sit within those strategies are not expected to delay progress against those plans. Also noting that the quarterly report covers the significant projects portfolio itself, and on a portfolio basis that is showing green. Having said that, we also indicate in there that a number of projects have some very specific criteria across their 17 KPIs which apply to those. All of those challenges are being managed at a couple of levels, one at a project level through the PMO, and also secondly at an executive level as well. So there's ongoing management of any risks sort of sitting in those challenges there. The other component of the quarterly report is the outcomes. We provide information on the outcomes at the highest level, our long-term outcomes which we use there. The next update of those will be the annual report, recognising the trends we report in there are long-term trends, and the data sets are often annualised trends. So we will continue to report in the annual report, but also include those in the quarterly report and produce any data information that we have that come in within the period in that. So I'll just pause there and hand over to Andrea.
Kia ora koutou. Just to cover off the key financial performance, just noting that we've achieved for the 6 months a $6.1 million surplus compared with where we're expecting to be, which is $1.4 million surplus. I just want to remind councillors though that surplus reflects the fact that we account for the sludge funding coming in from the special purpose vehicle. So, you know, overall, we're not achieving a surplus, we are achieving a deficit. So I just don't want people to lose sight of that and be very clear about that. But we are very much in a place where we planned to be at this point in time. Across the next 6 months, I'm very focused on ensuring that payment in our debtor profile is really well managed. We do recognise that in this environment there are many people that are struggling to pay their bills, and so of course we're making sure that we do get the income through debtors that we're expecting to receive, and we're following up things in a really timely manner. And we are also very much focused on what the next 6 months will bring in terms of our financial performance. While Stephen has highlighted some real highlights in the last 6 months, you know, our venues are still finding it tough. We are seeing some drop-off, so we just need to continue to monitor that very carefully. The last thing I just wanted to bring councillors' attention to was we are also, through this paper, seeking approval of overspend by Wellington Water in the 22-23 financial year, and that overspend is $2.3 million.
All right, we'll move to questions. I have a question from Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, just given to aid that overspend, can you just give us the figures for what did we start the 22-23 year as expected OPEX, and then what we ended up granting, including this additional 2.3 mil?
I don't have those figures off the top of my head, sorry, I can come back to you on that. But in effect, we bulk fund, obviously, Wellington Water. They overspent that, and this is the wash-up that we're required to fund them in terms of getting your approval to make that payment to them.
I just want to also note that Wellington Water are online if there are any questions that are to be directed to them about this matter.
Yeah, no, just curious on how much additional OPEX did we provide Wellington Water in the 22-23 FY with this included?
Yeah.
Can get that.
I will absolutely get that when I can.
Councillor Free.
Thank you. And I'm just looking at point 17 about the significant investment portfolio budget. And while it's showing at the moment a variance of positive 65 million, eventually it's expected to show an unfavourable variance of 132.4 million. Can you just elaborate a little bit on what's gone on behind that?
Absolutely. So that is largely to do with Poutū. Yeah, absolutely. So what we look at within the significant investment portfolios, we look at all our key projects. We look at what we're expecting to spend in any given year versus what what we actually have spent. We have had some delays in Poutū, and that's just what is causing that difference. Through the long-term plan process, we'll ensure that all of that is caught up and that we're still meeting our obligations there.
Has there been any thought to, I see in some other parts of the Te Toi Mahana report that we're going to get a plan for the renewals. It'll come to us by the end of the year. But has there been any thought to managing that extra? Because that's quite a negative variance. So has there been any thought to actually managing that?
Yes, absolutely. But I would say that that's a variance up until what we've spent at December. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're not going to spend that going forward. It's just a timing difference as to when we've spent it.
I just want to clarify, because that report is coming later, that Poutū questions are for council. It is council's program on council's assets. They are not questions for Te Toi Mahana. So I just want councillors to be clear on that.
But it's appropriate for us to be asking about this because it's in this report.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm just kind of highlighting, because you noted the Te Toi Mahana report coming up, which is Poutū as a program being run by council for council assets. So just to note that
don't ask them.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Yes.
So could I just maybe, because I haven't quite got my head around this. So at the moment we've got 65.4 million sitting in the bank, that, so to speak, that we haven't spent. But what we're expecting is to have gone into a deficit by, how does this actually work?
Yeah.
And is it going to correct itself? Is it going to self-correct? Are we going to be back on budget?
Maybe not necessarily in the current year. So in effect, what the investment portfolio does is says for a significant projects, here's what we're expecting to spend in the current financial year, and then it monitors what we have spent. So this looks at our capital expenditure program. Historically, we have not always met our capital expenditure program. That is not uncommon. It's not uncommon across all local authorities. Of course, we make the best available estimate at any point in time, and we've done that with Poutū when we set the annual plan as well. However, recognising that, there has been delays to getting the program up and running, and that's what's caused the variance in terms of what is reported. That doesn't mean that we won't be continuing with the program, or that that could flow over into future years.
Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, look, I look at the executive summary of the paper, and I just wondered, how does that reconcile with the overall performance within the city and perhaps the public's perception of how well council's doing? Because, I mean, even on the executive summary, I know you clarified about there's not really a surplus, but it is there is an underlying deficit. But if you read that executive summary, you would not see that.
Yeah, and hence why I made that comment, Councillor Calvert, to make sure it's really clear. And that's always a challenge in terms of the amazing world of accounting standards and how we account for things. There's always nuances in that, and I think we should be clear on that going forward. This is a report for our performance as a council in terms of the information that has been set within the long-term plan and the annual plan. That is what we've gone out and consulted with the community on in terms of what we're going to be held accountable for, and so that is that is the purpose of this report, to report back on how we're going against those metrics. So, we can always look to add clarity in those points, and we've just highlighted one that we think, I suggested that we, in the future, we could be a bit clearer on. But we're always open to making sure this is clearer.
Yeah, because obviously, whilst this is verbally clarified, it's not very clear in the executive summary. So what I really want to understand is how could the executive ensure that we have that clarity before the papers are published?
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to emphasise this is very clear and it's very clearly disclosed in our accountability documents. Yeah,
I know, but the public readers,
we're not just having back and forth discussion. Thank you.
I know, but that's my question.
Okay,
I'm just trying.
It's been answered. Thank you, Councillor Wineta.
So does it state anywhere in the report what the impact of our reporting and administrative requirements of Wellington Water Limited are?
I'm not sure it does. No.
Do you think it's reasonable to assume based on that maybe they're not all that stringent or not all that taxing on Wellington Water?
I think that's a question for Wellington Water.
Are they online? Can they answer it?
Is there someone from Wellington Water available to answer that question? Did you hear that question from Councillor Wineta? Sorry, Councillor Wineta, you might need to repeat the question. They've just joined again.
No worries. Kia ora team. The question is, does it include in this report any statement on what the financial or otherwise impact on our reporting and administrative requirements on Wellington Water Limited's performance are? I might have forgotten a verb.
Kia ora, Mark. Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, could you repeat the question, please?
Here we go. Third time lucky we can do this. So does it state anywhere in the report what the financial or otherwise impact may be of Wellington City Council's reporting and/or administrative requirements on Wellington Water Limited's performance?
So we've got the team here and they can explain the reporting requirements and how that's running at the moment and what that involves.
For the leaks,
yes.
Yeah. So so Tim Hardy here. So morning. So look, the leakage reporting that we supply through to council is just part and parcel of the contract requirements, particularly for the extra funding that's been allocated to us. So just as part of that, and the costs are wrapped up in that, as with all the other reporting that we do for council. So everything's just part and parcel of the funding we have allocated to do that. So there's not an extra over cost. It's just part of the management of the work.
Okay, so pretty normal then, not too taxing, you'd say?
No.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Councillor Free.
Andrea, I'm sorry, but having had another look at this, I'm still wondering if you can clarify it for me. We've got at the moment the quarterly forecast shows an unfavourable variance.
Yeah.
So we've spent more than we expected to. Is that right?
No, it means that we have, is there anyone? It means that we haven't spent that money, hasn't it? Yeah, it means that we haven't spent that money because we're looking at capital expenditure. So it means we're lagging behind in the actual money that we've spent on capital expenditure.
So an unfavourable variance actually means we haven't spent the money.
Correct.
I see.
In this particular area.
Okay, that does make sense now. Counterintuitive to the way you normally think of it, but thank you.
Welcome to the world of accountancy.
I've got a couple more people on the list. I just want to note we did have a Q&A yesterday specifically on this topic on which there were no questions asked. So it would be nice in future if we could get our questions out in a dedicated time, so because obviously we have many items of business today. Deputy Mayor Foon. Thank you. Councillor McNulty.
Super quick. I'm not sure the straddles line between this paper and possibly Te Toi Mahana. So we're talking about the financial implications, but do we have an inventory of a number of units that have black mould or that are, on the verge of, let's call it habitability, that the HUP2 program's actually addressing?
The Chief Executive of Te Toi Mahana will talk to that in their session, if that's okay.
Okay, that seems to be the end of the questions. Thank you. So I did that telling off unnecessarily. So now, thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Lloyd and Stephen. So Councillor Panovich is going to move this paper and I am going to second. Over to you.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Yes, Andrea, accounting is a dark art. And I was going to point out we made a surplus, but now you've just defeated me, so it's okay. But there's a couple of comments I would like to make on the financial performances, the significance of our depreciation expense and also our interest expense. So our depreciation expense was sitting at $103 million, so it's quite a significant amount. We have to fund that. That's the reason why our rates bill's high. The interest expense, which I think is one that Tim quite likes to focus on as well, is $28 million. So that again is a significant one. So if we look against our budget, both of those, well, that one's under, one's over, but they're still the big items that we have on our P&L. Otherwise, always happy to receive a performance report and always happy to move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any further debate? Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, look, it comes back to the executive summary and the overview. Does that really give the people of Wellington, who we actually represent and work for, a good overview of where this council's at? And I think we need to work much harder in getting that clarity and making sure that we are not using accounting to I wouldn't say fudge things, but I know it's all accurate, but there is, when you're in an executive summary and you show there's a surplus when really underneath it there is a deficit. So we really, we're here for the people, and we do make sure that our information is digestible by them as well. So whilst we might have lots of details and lots of spreadsheets that, depending on your focus, you might want to look at or not, the essence of what we are hearing should be in the main body of this report, not in the attachments. And I would say that we need to think about how well we are doing this, not wait for the next LTP or whatever, but really look at how we can become much more focused for Wellingtonians so they understand, and then they can hold us accountable. Because you read this, you would not know where to start. And we are here to be held accountable as well. So I think we, whilst we can, receive this report, there is a lot more work, and we are a large organisation, we're a mature organisation, and we should be able to readily do this by the next quarterly report. And I hope to see an improvement along those lines, that we can give the information to the public and they have some understanding of how well this council's going. And it reflects also public opinion as well. That's all.
There appears to be no further debate. I'm assuming you don't want a right of reply, Councillor Panovich. We will put this report to the vote.
Can we split out two, please? Sorry to be a bother.
Okay, so we'll do everything, just one?
So, I mean, is it plausible that you could even vote against two? Even if I don't like it, I mean, what happens if we were to vote against two?
It's already been reflected in the annual report that's been signed off. This is a mere administrative function to enable the final payment.
I would like to vote against it, but
All right, we will do the receiving the point one, receiving. Vote on that. I'm sure everybody wants to receive it.
Can we have a division as well, please?
Oh, for goodness sake. Is carried unanimously. And then we will have point two. I assume that you wanted the division on point two, did you, Councillor?
Mm.
Let's do that then.
Normally it's me.
That is also carried. We will now move on to the next item, to point 4, Te Toi Mahana Quarterly Report. Yes, Din? No mai.
Chair, are you vacating? You're on the trust.
I know I'm on the trust. I've had no advice that I have a conflict of interest in this.
I would say you do.
Conflicts of interest are for elected members to manage themselves. Thank you. So I would like to welcome also as well as Yeston, our chair, Andrew, and our CEO, Angelique. No mai.
Sorry. Morena koutou. I'm pleased to present the second quarterly report from council officers and Te Toi Mahana, noting this report is primarily operational. As well as continuing to provide excellent tenancy management services, we would note the Trust continues to engage strategically with central government and other housing partners. We are also on track to complete our Healthy Homes Guarantees Act upgrades before 1st of July 24 deadline, with a current compliance rate of 89%. Paul Davis is also present who authored our covering report, and I ask you to take that as read. And as introduced by the Chair, I'd like to welcome the Board Chair, Andrew Turner, and Chief Exec, Angelique Jackson, who will talk to their report. Thank you.
Kia ora, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here to present this report. As has been noted, this is largely operational in nature. There are certainly some good news stories in there. Angelique will present the report, and then of course there'll be an opportunity for you to ask any questions of us after that presentation. So Angelique, I'll hand over to you.
Atamare koutou. Nice to be back here to present our second report. Just important to note with this report, as I'm sure you've seen, it covers the period October to December. Initially, we were going to be presenting this in February, but due to LTP commitments, we were moved out a bit. I do, however, have some updates, because I know you'd probably like to hear them on some of the items that are already included in this report. So I'll take the report as read. I won't go through line by line. I think there's been some big achievements, though, probably most notably taking over from Arapaki Service Centre on the 4th of March. So we now have a fully functioning reception, welcoming tenants and being able to take inquiries and payments and so forth. I thought we'd get a few more people sort of, at least on the first few days, but it's been a slow trickle, but it's been really nice for our staff and tenants to be able to meet together on our own premises. Another notable update was yesterday, our last remaining tenant at Granville Apartments was housed. And as you may remember from last time, she was like, I'm never moving, and she did not. But we've had a unit ready for her at Hanson Court, and she moved in yesterday with the support of her community. So that was wonderful. Yeah, so I know you, Laurie, have been involved in this for some time. Another sort of key item is around IRRS tenants. I know there's some pre-questions ahead of today. We're up to 47 IRRS tenants as of today, and that's increasing now that we've got a better working relationship with MSD and the BOSS system, as they call it. It's not the easiest to use, and we're part of that tenant placement group that's called out in this report, which has been really, really successful to sort of breaking down those barriers between getting people out of emergency housing as quickly as possible into suitable housing that meets their needs. So we've had some really great successes there, in particular this week with a whānau we moved out of emergency housing. I've been there for 3 years, who have moved into, a healthy homes compliant, warm whare for them and their families. So those moments have been really special for us. I think another thing we've done is we've sort of reorganised our operational team. We've got a dedicated rents team supporting our tenants who are struggling making their rental payments, and a dedicated team looking at sign-ups and the vacate process, to try and really minimise that time that a unit's sitting empty, and to get people in there as quickly as possible. So we're seeing some really great results there, and looking forward in the next report, you'll see the evidence of that. Councillor McNulty, would you like me to address your question up first?
I'll probably expand on it. So,
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yep. So I'm just open to any part. Well, we'll start with you, Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, so HUP 2 is causing, I guess, some considerable discussion.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be really helpful to understand what, the worst end of the housing spectrum of the units that you manage looks like, really being quite blunt about what that end and what HUP 2 needs to address.
I'll probably break that down a bit, Councillor McNulty.
So as you, I'm sure everyone around this table is aware, half the portfolio was upgraded under Housing Upgrade Phase 1 between 2008 and 2018. So all of that half the portfolio is really good standard with, with doing healthy homes, but really mainly the only component for healthy homes in those Hub 1 is heating, upgrading the heating. As you heard from Yeston, that is 89% of the way through and on target to be completed by the deadline of 30 June. As part of the scoping for healthy homes, which was the whole portfolio, there were a whole team of people that would go in and scope out what was required in there. As part of that, if there was anything noticed that couldn't wait for healthy homes, such as black mould or serious issues in the home, that was passed through to our team to rectify as quickly as possible. So out of that scoping for 1,670 homes, 44 units were identified with some serious mould issues. All of those have been rectified now. In some cases, we had to move people out and do replace GIB and do some serious work in there. Then we also go back in and retest as well 6 weeks later, and then check in 6 months later to make sure it's still, not reoccurring. We've also re-scoped our own inspections program. So in the report, it states we've done 494 inspections. Since this report was done, we're up to 790. Again, that's just another mechanism to go, is there anything going on in there? But we're very confident from the healthy home scoping, because 100% of our properties were done, that anything that is down that far end of the spectrum has been rectified. All inspections will be completed and the maintenance work done by the end of April, so end of next month. In terms of the worst properties, I'm mindful this is live stream and there's people living in these properties, so I'm not going to call out specifically. We have some housing that is, worn, built in the 60s and in need of some love. But I would, hand on heart say there's not a unit in our whole portfolio that I wouldn't live in myself. I visit tenants. I was a tenancy advisor back in the day. I know we've done lots of improvements, and Hub 2 will do a lot for our communities, and we'll upgrade it and make it modern, into the future, and extend the life of our assets. But there is no one right now living in, unsafe or that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, unsafe or undesirable housing, I guess. Yeah.
Just a quick follow-up. Do you know if any of those 44 were at the Bachelor Street units in Newlands?
Wouldn't know off the top of my head, but we do have a spreadsheet with all of them listed through there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Pannett.
Thanks for all the work that you're doing. It's really important and you've made some great progress, so yeah, really appreciate it. The numbers of people on IRRS, it's great to see it's increasing, but of course the reason for it shifting over to the trust was so that a lot of people could get it. So I looked at your answers on the Q&A. Are you confident that most people will get it eventually? Because and then if they're not getting it, what kind of, you've said this is very operational, but for me this is quite strategic, how much pressure are people under financially because they're not accessing the subsidy?
Eventually, everyone living in our housing, and it may take some time. As you know, we've got people who've lived with us 30, 40 years, but every new tenancy will get IRRS, unless there's a policy change with the government. It will take years, as we forecast when we first were looking at setting up the CHIP. Our turnover is really low. People like living with us, which is sort of a double-edged sword sometimes. Our current tenants, our existing tenants, we obviously have people that are struggling with cost of living pressures and so forth. As you may remember, we've still got the subsidies that were in place under city housing, say like the affordable rent limit subsidy, and still actively encouraging tenants, to sign up for that where they're eligible. We have the existing tenant support fund, which was the $7.4 million better off funding that was given to us in late August. So we're still working through those options of how to use that money to best alleviate those cost of living pressures for our existing tenants. We've involved tenants in that process, so we've met with a tenant focus group around policy and advice to get their input. We've met with some researchers. We've had about 4 or 5 workshops, so we're getting close, probably within the next month, to be able to present some options on that. That money is ring-fenced and is earning interest, and that interest goes back into that existing tenant support fund. So we're hoping we can come up with some innovative ways to help there. And at this stage, we are all waiting, all chips, for the public housing plan, which will probably likely come out after the May budget, which will then allocate how many more IRRS places there are per region.
Do you have any indication of where that might go?
No.
No, okay. And just the other question, obviously the upgrade has got to be a priority, but building new homes, is there any way that we'll be able to see a plan for that?
Absolutely. So we're coming back on the 11th of April to present the transferred properties paper. So these are the sites that we've selected as part of that $10 million of land and property that Council voted on to give to the Trust, as well as the $23 million worth of development capital, which is tied to a business case that has to be signed off to release those funds. We've identified the 5 sites that we want to choose. That's been signed off by the board about 2 weeks ago, and as I say, will come up on the 11th of April. Once those properties are transferred to us, we've had some studies done on what's possible on those sites, and obviously would like to get underway as soon as possible. Some of that will be dependent on those government public housing settings as well.
Sorry, those are the existing ones. Are you saying that you might be able to get more capacity on those sites?
Potentially, yes.
Yeah. Okay, and the 23 million, can that be used to build more? Sorry, just remind me.
It can be used to build extra capacity on those sites, or potentially to purchase other sites as well.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Rogers.
Kia ora, thank you very much for your work. I deeply believe it's the foundation of our community. I just had a couple of questions on the wording used in the tenant wellbeing section. Is the term eviction that you're using there in reference to the Section 65 evictions, or is that a term broadly used to colloquially describe terminations and possession orders?
That's a good question. Sorry, I have to go back in time now to recall. Just 2 seconds. The RTA version, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, Geordie, RTA hat time. Short answer is yes, the tribunal terminations and possession orders.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. And then my other question was just around if there were any themes that came out of those 17 tribunal rulings. Was it, is there a common theme across those, or is it very individual?
Typically, it's rent arrears that we go for, and that's after every avenue is exhausted. And in order for MSD to clear a tenant's rent arrears, which I'm sure you're very familiar with, they need that letter from tribunal to say that they've gone through that process. So the vast majority of the time we get to tribunal, the letter's given, we support them to go to MSD to get that paid, and that's the end of the process. With our dedicated rent team now, we've managed in 5 weeks since it's been established to clear $130,000 worth of rent arrears, which is, we're obviously very happy about. And we're stressing to our team that letting a tenant get into debt is actually not good for their wellbeing, and that the sooner we get in there and support them, if they're a week behind, it's a lot more manageable than being, 5 or 6 weeks behind. So we're getting some really good feedback from tenants on that as well.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. I just want to bring the conversation up in terms of the sort of overall funding. So just one question. The 1,676 properties, there's a comment in one of the Q&As about more properties coming from Wellington City Council. How many more are you expecting to come over?
Hand over to Paul for that one.
Kia ora, councillors, through you, Madam Chair. Council owns over 1,800 properties. 1,676 are currently actively leased. The remaining properties can come into the lease when they're available.
So,
for example, 107 properties are currently leased to Kāinga Ora, the Tamara complex, when that lease ends with kāinga order, it's expected that those properties will then be leased to the trust.
When is that approximately?
That lease ends in 18 months.
Okay.
And conversations have already started between Te Toi Mahana, MHUD, MSD and Council as to what happens with those tenants. We're actually hoping to transfer them straight across.
So we've got roughly 1,800 properties, Wellington City Council
That's
in total.
correct, Councillor.
Okay, all right, thank you. Just from an operational perspective, now what we're seeing in our long-term plan is there's going to be an operational deficit coming through from Toi Mahana, so close to $300 million over 10 years. What is the trust doing, or what strategies are you putting into play to try and reduce that deficit?
I think there's two parts to that question, Councillor Calvert. I think as the Chair mentioned earlier, you know, the LTP forecasts in there around OPEX and CAPEX are a council matter to be answered. In terms of operational spending for the trust, you know, like I talked about with rental arrears and the vacate process, you know, we're doing everything possible to try and drive our costs down at every occasion. You know, at the end of the day, our only income stream is, you know, tenant rent money. So we are limited to, you know, what we can do. But in terms of operational efficiencies, you know, I'm very, very confident that we're doing everything we can to try and keep those down as much as possible. And compared to the city housing budget when it was part of council, you know, we're running leaner than that, you know, already. But yeah, in terms of the actual LTP forecasting, that's a question for council.
But you're still expecting a contribution to come through from council on an ongoing basis to support your operating costs?
Oh. Is the IRRS issue at the heart of these questions,
No,
Paul?
it's not, actually.
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
And Councillor, I think two things. Firstly, we have a briefing workshop on the Ford program to bring councillors up to speed. To answer your question, council does not subsidise the trust operationally, and in fact it's quite the reverse. Through the lease agreement that you signed, as the trust secures more IRRS places, there is a profit share basically in place where we receive more money through the trust via the lease payment.
Okay.
Thank you, Geordie, for nodding. And also, Pauhi Liz, again, 13th of next month, we're expecting that workshop. We'll go through it in detail with you then.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Hey, kia ora and welcome. Lovely to see you, Angelique, back here. Good to hear you talking about the tenant support fund. So I guess the question, you know, working through it, when do you think we might land somewhere concrete for that?
I'm hoping to bring a paper to our board next month. I just have to check my memory there, with a few recommendations in there.
Great.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting process, especially getting feedback from our tenants who always surprise us in terms of, one, coming up with ideas we hadn't thought of, and two, when we think we've got a really good idea, saying that's not going to work. So it's been great to be able to incorporate that into that report as well.
Yeah, great. Yeah. Okay, that'll be great. So we'll probably get an update next report on how that travels.
Yes,
wonderful.
Absolutely.
Just one more question. Overall, how would you describe tenant well-being and just how they are given the cost of living, you know, challenges, but also just you know, it was brought up to us that there would be conflict perhaps between those receiving IRRS and those not. So just a holistic overview on how our tenants are. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Foon. It's an interesting question. I think it's, you know, nothing about us without us sort of springs to mind. You know, I'm not the voice for tenants. You know, I can speak anecdotally from what they tell us. Some people are really struggling, you know, especially around food and increased petrol costs, and, you know, like many people in our country. I think that they are, you know, from feedback we've received, you know, grateful for the continued support, and there was a lot of anxiety about the crossover, and feeling alleviated by that. We have our tenant satisfaction survey that'll be going out April, May. So obviously we'll get some themes through there, which we'll share with council as well. But I think, it's hard out there for people. Whether it's harder than, say, a year ago, sort of up for debate. I think our IRRS tenants, from what I've heard, have not been sort of targeted or stigmatised. But it will, as you're aware, it's still a bitter pill for our existing tenants to swallow at times. But we've said, it's not their fault, and they're part of the community as much as anybody else. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Free. So my first question is actually, and forgive me if I should have known this from somewhere else, it's about the deed that we had with the government. And at the time, I think we were in, when I last remember hearing about it, we were in negotiations to redefine that. How has that gone?
It's an agreement between council and the Crown.
Okay, okay, so it's, okay. Is there someone from council that can actually answer that?
Kia ora, councillors. So right now where we are with Poutū is we're currently undertaking a program business case process to determine the best value for money option to upgrade the portfolio. We have a program board who oversees the governance of the program, who includes MHUD, who are the Crown monitoring agency of the deed.
So have we re-signed anything with them? Because obviously it's changed a wee bit.
So there was an update to the deed as part of the Te Toi Mahana transition, and there'll be a further works program, a further amendment once we confirm the scope of the program under the Poutū program. So there'll be, effectively what we need to do is put to them the proposed mode of delivery for the Poutū program for them to sign off as part of a works program.
So how much input will council, the elected body, have into that? Because I'm, like others have noted, there's quite a bigger cost than we originally thought there would be in the upgrade program.
So the intention is, as part of that April presentation, to put forward the approach to the program business case, which will give some oversight of the program options which we're exploring. Okay,
thank you. I did have another one. It's gone out of my head. Oh, the gifting of properties. So this might come back to the trust. So there's a statement there that the gifting of properties will result in a reduction of the Poutū costs similar to the value of the properties. Maybe this does go back to you, sorry. I just was kind of curious as to how that happens. Yeah.
So there's a specific quantity of social housing that the council needs to provide under the deed. The council will receive a dispensation for the quantity which is gifted to the CHIP. So right now it's very difficult to project what specifically is going to come out of the portfolio, but once that does come out, there will ultimately be a reduction of obligations, if that makes sense. So if we give 100 units to Te Toi Mahana, then that obligation comes is removed from the council for those upgrades.
So it's exactly the same amount, the value of the properties.
Yeah.
And how does that tie in with the options that you've just described that will come to us on the 13th of April?
So we have a fairly good understanding of which properties Te Toi Mahana wish to take. So we're considering that as part of our options development process or our program process.
Okay. Thank you. That's actually quite clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Chung.
Great. Thank you very much for coming in, Angelique. I have one question, but first of all, I'd just like to say, I've had some previous interaction with your tenants and continuing, and they'd just like to stress that they're very, very happy with the service that they're receiving from your tenant advisors, as I was very impressed with them as well. My question is about the black mould in the units. Now, what rectification did you actually have to do with this? And is it because of the ventilation? Would it be just tenants that aren't opening their windows, or is it some construction that you actually need to do to rectify this?
It's a very good question, Councillor Chung, and thank you for the nice feedback for our staff. They would love to hear that. Look, it's very subjective depending on where the properties are. Some of the properties are just in places that don't get any sunlight, and struggle to keep dry and warm. we think with the installation of proper, ventilation through healthy homes and appropriate heating, that should be alleviated in most cases. But some properties have just been built, not in the ideal place. Ventilation is a difficult topic to discuss because it's easy for us to say open your windows and let air flow through. Many of our tenants are scared to do that for safety. People climbing in my windows, a lot of our tenants work 2 or 3 jobs, so, they're not going to open their windows at 3 in the morning when they get home, So it's a tricky one. We try and encourage, we put things in our newsletters around ventilation and, as soon as mould appears, please try and wipe it off, and if it doesn't go away, please contact us so we can get in there early. As inspections have been on hold through COVID, and there was a bit of a backlog there, so we were covering across some properties that, in that 2 to 3 year period, had a lot more mould than was expected. But we have, dedicated mould specialists going in there. Most of the time, it doesn't require significant work like replacing jib and so forth, but there definitely have been some cases of that. We've put aside 2 temporary units in the portfolio, which we've had for a year now, which we cut out with all the furniture and bedding and everything, that we can move families into while we do the work, so they don't have to go stay in a hotel, which one, costs us a lot of money, obviously, but 2 means they've got no way of cooking and it's very disruptive. So that's worked really well. And so we just sort of cycle people through that and tackle each one. And the follow-up checks have been probably the most important part, because then historically there's been a bit of tenant blaming for mould. And look, some of that is an educational piece, but us coming back and looking again, if it has reappeared in 6 weeks, then generally that's not a tenant problem, that's a problem with the property, and so we address that.
Okay, that's great, thanks. Now, do you have a supply or any dehumidifiers that you could actually put into these units in case that, they, as you say, they don't want to leave their windows open?
Yeah.
Would that be an idea to do that?
Potentially. What we want to do is wait to the end of the Healthy Homes program, and then reassess that. Obviously, it comes at a cost, and sometimes a space. Especially people who are in studios and so forth, there's not often a lot of room to move. But we would certainly consider it, if we got to the end of the program we were still having issues.
Great. Thank you very much, and keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Chung.
I think that's brought us to the end of the questions, so I'd like to thank both the Te Toi Mahana team, many of you can see you, and also the council team for answering those questions so well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill is going to move the paper.
Kia ora, thank you. I'll take the report as read and just thank my colleagues for engaging in a really informed way with the board, and to acknowledge the mahi of Angelique, Paul and Andrew, and so much fantastic work that the tenancy advisors do themselves and their relationship with the tenants.
You have a seconder, Councillor?
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Councillor Abdurrahman, thank you. Is there debate? Councillor Free.
I'd just like to say thank you. I think, everything's tracking in the right direction. I'm a little bit concerned about the extra money that we appear to be having to put into the upgrades, but, looking forward to some more information about that. I'm quite reassured that we're going to get that covered off on the 13th of April. And I felt that actually all of our questions were really well answered. So thank you for the good work that's going on.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And I just would like to draw everyone's attention to Standing Orders 28.2 on conflicts of interest on non-financial interests. So I ask the 3 members that sit around this table to perhaps look at that and see whether it applies to them, because they are third of this trust board paper that we've got in front of us.
Councillor, as I've already told you, conflicts of interest are for elected members to manage.
Absolutely.
Can you please wait while I speak? That conflicts of interest are for members to manage themselves, and members of the trust have been advised that there is no conflict of interest with this
So
decision.
I'm just pointing
Thank
it
you,
out.
your point has been made.
That's all the exact clause, in case you'd missed it. We've got this report, but what we've got is we've got another presentation in a few weeks, and we've, in the midst we've also got our draft long-term plan coming out for consultation. Now, this council of the next 10 years is going to spend close to $600 million on its social housing. And from an upgrade perspective, it's going to spend close to $300 million on the operating deficit around social housing. So that's close to $1 billion. And it comes back to the comments before about our quarterly 2 performance about accounting. So on one hand, we've got Toi Mahana showing a surplus in their reporting, and then on the other hand, at council, we have money that we are putting in close to $1 billion over the next 10 years. So I just ask my colleagues to think about how we can be more cohesive with our reporting and make sure that we can tie in what we are reporting as a council to what we are hearing from our housing trust. Because if you look at it, it doesn't quite look like it's on the same trajectory. But other than that, I appreciate the work, and obviously social housing is important. But I think as a city, the setting up of this trust is not going to alleviate the issues that we envisaged 3 years ago, because we are following through on the same financial trajectory. Thank you.
Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too would like to just thank the team who have come in today to present their report, and also to remind my colleagues around the table that the spend that Councillor Culver is talking about is regarding the maintenance and upkeep of our assets that are owned by the council. And I see this as visionary when the previous council agreed to spend this money, because this is infrastructure that we are going to continue to maintain so that it is of worth to the city. But it also is a requirement for us as property owners, land owners. It is a requirement under the Healthy Homes standard that we do maintain the properties to a high level. So while this decision has previously been made, I'd like to tautoko the previous council who made that agreement, and just to remind councillors about why Te Toi Mahana was actually developed, and we agreed to do this, because essentially what it was going to be is we were going to be in the poo for a lot more than what Councillor Colvert is talking about. So thank you to the team of Te Toi Mahana, our operations team, our management team, who have turned up today and presented the report, and to give a confidence to council and my colleagues around the table that Te Toi Mahana is doing exactly what we wanted it to do, and in many cases are going over and above what a CHIP is required to do. And I can say that with considerable experience, and reminding my colleagues as well that being a registered CHIP, or a registered community housing provider, we are monitored and audited regularly, and we have to maintain those requirements and criteria. Otherwise, we will lose that. And if Te Toi Mahana lost that CHIP status, then all of what we have done will be of no worth, and will certainly, Councillor Colvert, be a waste of money. Kia ora.
Deputy Mayor Foon. Mayor Foon.
Thanks, Pauiwi Kelly, for reflecting on the why and how we are, and acknowledging the work of the team. And I'd just like to bring a really nice good news story that, you know, we've got a great little circular food system going on at Pukehino Flats, whereby the space is being used by Bench Space, a community organisation to help people building food beds, and then the team there are helping our tenants grow gardens and beautiful food, and it's a really wonderful connection piece, well-being piece, good for the environment, just so good. So I just want to thank you for the over and above that you are doing for the community there. That's a really great thing to see. Thank you. Kia ora.
I just remember I didn't invite you to speak as seconder, Councillor Abdurrahman, if you wish to speak. Oh, no, you're good. Okay, Councillor Rogers.
Kia ora. Thank you to councillors for reminding us of that financial analysis, and thank you to staff for providing the clarification about why we're going down this model and why it was better than the status quo. I remember intimately being involved in the IRS for All campaign, and I can single-handedly say that I can see the benefits that are coming through with this CHIP model. I've also been at the forefront of helping people with their healthy housing issues, and so speaking to the HUP2 program, it is incredibly important that we continue this investment, because it is not just in our assets as a council and being able to say that we provide really good quality assets, but it's also about saying that we care about our communities and we provide them really good housing that allows them to connect with each other, and also start some of those initiatives that Deputy Mayor Foon was talking about. So very supportive of Te Toi Manahana, and thank you very much for bringing this operational report so we can see some of the progress that's happening, especially around having zero evictions and the work that goes towards a housing first approach.
Councillor O'Neill, right of reply.
Just very quickly to reiterate that the matters relating to the financing of the HUP2 program is of our own responsibility. It is our financing within the long-term plan. So to thank my colleagues all for their passionate discussion around it, but perhaps not super relevant to this paper. And I'd like to remind the member that raised a question about reporting. This is laid out in the relationship agreements that we signed off. So it's also up to us if we would like to see different information in terms of what comes to our table. Lastly, to just cover off, it's so fantastic to see the way things are going, and to note that this is the second quarterly performance report of just October to December, and there's been some fantastic successes. We're seeing moves about the increase in supply of housing coming next month, more are getting IRRS subsidies, and we're seeing a greater financial sustainability, and I think that's fantastic for Wellington, and I'm really stoked with the progress that's going on at Te Toi Mahana.
All right, we will go to the vote. Get the report from officers. Any questions? Oh, Councillor McNulty. That is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We're going to break. You can probably smell some foods. Yeah. We're going to break for lunch at 12. We only have 2 items to discuss, but let's at least start the next item. We could do that. That's a good idea. Thank you, Councillor Pannett. You do you. Right. So we will do the actions tracking and forward program. And that is Stephen. Kia ora.
Kia ora again. I'll take this as read. Everything that should have been done by the times expected have been done. And one of the things I was going to actually briefly mention is that you may have spotted it in the actual report. If you do have questions about particular items in the action tracking, we'd appreciate they came through in the Q&A kind of before the meeting, because often the answers to these questions are right across the council rather than through myself, for example. So I guess we just really want to try and get that process sorted out for future meetings. But if there is any questions, we'll do our best to answer them.
Are there any questions? There appear to be none, but that's a good note that if we want to get the best answers to our questions, the written Q&A is the first port of call. I will move these papers, and I'm looking. Councillor Panovich will second.
we just break. Tory, voting. Oh, he's trying here. He's got battery issues.
That is carried unanimously. I suggest there's not much point starting on development contributions before lunch. So, but we could maybe try and come back a little bit earlier. So we could try to be back at 12, because we don't, we want to get it, Okay, great. Thank you, councillors. Our next item, we have 2 items to complete for the day. The first being 2.5, the Development Contribution Policy Review. No mai Sean or Dane, me Michael Duandan, ki te hora o te kōrero. Welcome. Please welcome Sean and Michael to introduce the report.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. Staff have prepared a draft DC policy to be authorised to go to Audit New Zealand for review. As we advised you at a recent briefing, development contributions are an infrastructure financing tool that Council uses to fund growth. They are derived from the Growth Capital Program, which is contained within the LTP. The policy that has been set before you is a draft. Further work is underway on refining that draft policy, including responding to legal review feedback and any feedback from Audit New Zealand that will need to be incorporated into a final version of the DC policy. We expect to bring that final version back to Council on the 10th of April, where approval will be sought to consult on it alongside the long-term plan.
Are there any questions? Councillor Randall.
Thank you. Just reading through the report, I noticed that the current charges seem to be very, very low. We have the current charge for stormwater of $49, of installing stormwater into a new unit at $49, which I think will barely cover the cost of the cover for the Toby. Can you comment on the level of the current charges and what's intended under this policy?
The development contributions drawn by Wellington City have historically been very low compared to comparative urban centres. That is both a function of our growth capital program, the fact we grow largely through intensification, and DCs have in the past proven difficult to levy on intensification, and also the need to refresh the policy in order to gain more revenue to help pay for these facts. So yes, the charges are very low.
And so compared to current charges, as far as what is proposed, the charges overall are going up somewhat, and you know, can you say roughly by how much, or?
So I believe the figures are in the paper. What you're essentially seeing is a doubling of those charges in the greenfields and the brownfields of the city.
Okay, and lastly, even with the doubling, we're still quite low on the charges we would expect for developers to contribute for new housing. Is there going to be further work on this policy, and so that we can maybe get more get developers to contribute the proper cost of added infrastructure capacity to support new housing?
Yes, there will need to be further work, and that further work needs to take place both on the development contributions policy itself, but also in the growth planning for the city to add those projects to the growth capital program.
With respect, the thing that struck me most about all the charges was the very, very low charges for water infrastructure. Can you comment on the engagement now and in the future with Wellington Water and their planning, and provide some assurance that their planning will feed through into the future development contributions, if not now, then eventually?
So growth studies have been commissioned from Wellington Water. One of the key things they are looking for is the decisions that you make tomorrow that will set the district planning direction. Once we have more certainty on where we are able to grow, then they can do that work to a greater resolution and refresh that growth capital program, probably through an update to the spatial plan. It will be key to ensure that water infrastructure sits alongside all the other infrastructure classes so that you can then charge a balanced DC contribution.
Okay, so thank you, and thank you for a good report. and also for the additional information that's been provided. Thanks.
Councillor Rogers.
Kia ora. Apologies for not bringing this up in the Q&A. I was looking at the growth plan and the capital works program. Is the relationship between development contributions and the capital works allocated for growth 1-to-1, or is it less than that? Like the works that are for growth, are we covering all of that with development contributions? What's the proportion that's being covered by DCs versus other funding? Or I guess is that project specific too?
Through the chair, it is a one-to-one relationship. It does depend on how individual programs have allocated either a level of service or a growth element. So you could have a particular project, it might be a renewal program for a pipe. The majority of that replacement for that pipe might just be to replace that pipe, but in future planning to account for additional growth, there might be, say, a 5% increase in size to account for that, and then the cost of that would get distributed through development contributions.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Just about timing of this, given that we are talking about the district plan tomorrow and also the LTP after this paper, is this the right timing to be doing this?
It is necessary for you to make decisions for the LTP. What we have set before you is a position that will allow you to satisfy the criteria of audit, and then we can do further work as those other certainty blocks fall into place with growth planning and district planning. We will never have a situation where every single precondition and piece of information is able to be provided at the same time. But at the moment, what is key is that we have a position where we can recover slightly more in development contributions, and then get to a place of stability that a new policy can be made.
So when do you think that we will be in a position to re-look at the development contributions charges?
So my view of that will be there will be public, as part of the LTP, there'll be public consultation take place. I expect that public consultation will help us get a steer with what is important to developers and some of those factors that the community are looking for from a development contributions policy. Once we have that, combined with that refreshed growth information and probably an update to the spatial plan so that you have a clear growth capital program that can be tagged to growth, that should give you the ingredients for a much more transparent and targeted development contributions policy.
So just so I can understand it, so if, say I wanted to build a new house, and through this policy, we would be charging a certain amount for the development contribution to help connect it to the water and or pay for a park or whatever. Are we able will we have transparency about that? So say it costs $500 to connect to the water infrastructure, but our development contributions are $200, we would know where the other $300 was coming from?
Yes, the aim is to get to a much more transparent state. As it stands, some of those legacy projects, it's difficult to understand things like catchments, etc., particularly in the round. The way I tend to think about development contributions is they're a little bit like mortgage payments on a mortgage. If you think of the growth capital program as that mortgage, this is how you are recovering that money.
And it's not, currently our policy is just across the board for Wellington City, as opposed either greenfields or brownfields, not per suburb, is that?
So they're arranged into catchments which have collections of suburbs.
Right.
Often those will then split between brownfield and greenfield.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McNull.
Apologies, I didn't pick this up earlier. Is the issue with the current regime that our development contributions are cheap but there's a relative amount of utilisation, or is it that they're comparative New Zealand but we have a low number of units charged, or is it sort of sitting somewhere in the middle?
Through the chair, the main reason for the low development contribution fees in the current policy, and to some extent the draft policy that's before you, is directly related to the capital program that the council has set over time. And so, for example, to Councillor Randall's earlier question about the waters, there are very limited growth programs that have been approved in the upcoming LTP. There's a lot of renewal programs and maintenance, but in terms of growth, that's relatively low, and that has a direct impact on the fees that will be levied to those who are wanting to connect into services.
Councillor Chung.
Thank you for this. When we compare ourselves with other municipalities and look at our development contributions now, I appreciate that you said that they were lower. When we, say, look at Christchurch, for example, Christchurch is going through a huge growth phase. So how do they actually compare with ours? And do they use a different policy for establishing these?
Through the chair, I don't have the exact figures for Christchurch in front of me, but they rely on the same legislation and the same process, and their council will make particular decisions about what they want to collect for growth, and as long as it complies with legislation, then they will collect what their policy details, and that will all go back to their capital growth program as well. So it's the same for every council across the country.
Okay, so the second question is just your opinion on if we actually had a cost recovery for these development contributions, what, if any, adverse effects do you think it would have on development?
So, we would have to undertake further economic modelling to answer that definitively. But in my opinion, there is a challenge in that you are charging by unit of housing. So there will be a point at which the recovery of funds begins to distort the production costs of units of housing, which could cause problems with developers either developing the housing or further exacerbate the unaffordability problems the city is currently undergoing. There is also the point I'd raise is these apply also to other classes of land use. So businesses must also pay development contributions, and they do so through a mechanism called the equivalent household unit. Again, our commercial rating base is an important consideration to the overall financial stability of the city, and the creation of space for those uses is important, and raising the per unit cost, again, if that cost was to raise too high, could affect the competitiveness of the city.
Thank you.
Councillor Pannett.
Thank you. As you know, the Environmental and Accessibility Performance Fund is slated to go. Was there any reason, now of course it's subject to consultation, did you just think about that with the impact statement and what it might mean?
Through the chair, and officers consider that there are better ways to deal with these things, and rather than complicating the development contribution policy, because we are only dealing with recovering funds from the developers to support the growth of the city.
Yes, so I was the one that put, with one of my colleagues, put that in the DC policy. That was taken out. We got a fund, and now the fund's gone. So, sorry, so so which is a bit, yeah, I am. I'm going round and round and round. So I guess my question is really, given that history, and now look, the fund may not go. I might, I'll have a further discussion with Mayor Whānau, but considered that though, if it does go, and the implications.
So we've considered the mechanisms of development contributions. It's up to the council the terms under which it wishes to grant. However, it is the general position of officers that we are better to grant than to offer remissions. Remissions are complicated to administer and ultimately do not allow quite the targeting and effective use of money that the grant system does.
Okay, sorry, but the grant's going. But anyway, I'll take that on in debate. And just the other thing, can you just help me with this? So, with the climate change impacts as we intensify, and with more stormwater, as they go project by project, will that provide an integrated response to the bigger issues that we were going to have?
So an integrated response would be better dealt with through updates to spatial plans to give a clear investment pathway for infrastructure to meet the challenges of adaptation.
Which is going to be discussed tomorrow. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So.
And then development contributions become a mechanism for paying for that plan.
Okay. All right. So you think that it won't really matter how we do the DC as long as we've got those other settings right?
Yeah. The only caution I would make with the DC policy is you do have to be careful that you're not taxing the highest in areas you wish to grow the most. If you increase, depending on how the geographies of the catchments work, if you were to raise development contributions to higher levels in the areas you most want to grow, you would naturally disincentivise those and channel growth towards the areas you perhaps don't want to grow.
So just a question of clarification then. So for example, in Tawa, where there has been some significant stormwater issues, where there's intensification planned, wouldn't that mean that you might want to do more to deal with the impacts of that flooding?
It would, but by the same token, you wouldn't want to necessarily displace growth into the greenfields and accelerate their development, which would then pour water into the headwaters of the Tawa stream.
So just so you know, councillors, when I take a question order, if you ask multiple questions and other people put their hands up, I will take people who haven't asked questions in front of you, just so you know how I'm doing it. Deputy Mayor Foon.
Thank you. Mine is an administrative question. Could we please table the Q&A? And relative to this, I had a question in there about DCs, and so I'd like that on our website. Thank you.
Yes, we can. Councillor Randall.
Yes, so just to get myself clear, all the development contributions are determined from future projects that are going to be needed to increase the capacity to support new housing, be it water, transport, etc.
Yes, there are some legacy projects that have already been built, which will continue to draw development contributions from development that occurs. So something like the Omororo Reservoir would be an example.
Okay. And secondly, the development contribution level that we're at is really, you're increasing it because it's still not really covering the major investment we're foreseeing or have currently got to provide for another 35,000 more housing units in Wellington City over the next 10, 20 years.
Yes, it is no secret that it is a challenge to fund infrastructure across local government in New Zealand.
Yeah. And lastly, this is a draft, so everyone, I guess, assuming even councillors perhaps, but certainly the public, including developers, can have their say about this. Is going to be part of the long-term plan consultation, and you'll take on board that feedback.
That is correct, though the Director of Strategy and Governance might want to talk about councillors submitting on the long-term plan.
I think that's the end of the questions. Thank you both. I am going to move this paper, and Councillor Rogers is going to second. I don't really have anything to say. We're at the draft point, and the matter has been canvassed quite widely in questions. Councillor Randall, do you wish to speak? Sorry, Councillor Rogers, do you wish to speak as seconder?
Do I do the saving thing?
You can do that.
I'll do the saving thing.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, so first of all, I'd like to table, I asked some questions, late questions that aren't in the Q&A around this particular thing, and it includes some totals around how much money is being gathered from development contributions versus other investment. And so I'd like to table the contents of that email to be attached to the minutes for the leave of the meeting.
Yes, thank you.
And so secondly, I think it's important that we get development contributions right, and it becomes more up to date and more targeted. We are facing a major infrastructure crisis, which is we're struggling with major rates increases. And we've also got a growing city. And I think it is right that people who are coming into Wellington or the people who are moving to new housing do cover the cost of the increased capacity that the city needs to provide to enable them to have, be connected to the city, be it, transport-wise, facilities-wise, or water-wise. This capacity has to happen. And the choice really we have is between whether the current ratepayers foot the bill or whether the developers, as part of the cost of developing new housing, foot the bill. This is a balancing act, but I think this report recognises that this area has sort of gotten behind what the current cost regime is, and I commend the officers for bringing it forward and at least giving us a bit of a boost in the expected contribution. And I look forward to further work and the feedback from the public about this approach. Thanks very much.
Councillor Pannett.
Just really quickly, look, I have struggled quite hard to try and get more green buildings built. And really, while in a way I'm a bit agnostic about what is the best funding mechanism, the problem is now that we've got nothing in place under the paper that we're about to just discuss. And that is a critical gap from my perspective. And so I guess just from the report, it does then make it look like we're doing something, but we might not be. And I think that's just a little bit tricky. The other thing is the officer's answer to my question. I understand the rationale, but through the chair, but we know that there are areas which are very, very subject to flooding, and the money will have to be invested in those areas. Yes, of course, we shouldn't be displacing it into areas that we don't. But the rationale seems to me to be faulty. It looks like, what is the need? I mean, literally, people were going in boats in Tawa, maybe 2016. There is a significant issue here. And so I think, obviously the development contributions are a mechanism, and the city needs to make a ratepayer contribution as well, but we have to get that balance right, and we've got to put the investment that is needed, and not just use that rationale of going, oh, well, we don't want to charge people so much. We need to charge people how much it costs to meet the social, economic and cultural and environmental effects.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks. I appreciate this discussion is about development contributions, but I think that there's a lot more that comes into this, and I've been obviously reading the IHP submissions, and I'm looking at what part development contributions actually pay in the difficulty in building houses and the cost of houses. Now, I think that this discussion will have to be made with developers to understand, what part they think or what significant difference it actually makes if we change the way we're doing things. It seems to me that it's a very, very small part of what it costs to actually develop more housing, and particularly affordable housing. So I think it's quite a mechanism that we've used, and I'd like to see some alternative ways of doing these things. But generally, I agree with looking into this and looking at how effective it still is over what the intention was when it was actually developed or brought in. Thank you.
I don't see any further debate, so we will put these motions. Oh, did you want to speak? Sorry, Geordie.
Yeah, I might as well. Just in the things that I heard, the district plan is definitely the perfect place to have a discussion about where we are building and what the risks of that are, and specifically in that climate mitigation space. It's a really important tool. And I think, it's definitely good to use a tool that is designed for that, as opposed to sort of development contributions, which are a bit more blunt and very limited in scope in terms of what can be done there. And of course, if we're looking at the amount of money that's going into the development contributions, the perfect time to have that discussion is when we're looking at our capital works program, because that'll flow through to the development contributions. Thank you very much to the officers and the work that they've done, and especially for letting me talk to you about the jury situation as well, which I imagine is perhaps far too nerdy for me, and I should just shut up and let everyone carry on.
Thank you, Councillor. Apologies that I didn't invite you to speak. Right, we will put those motions. That has passed unanimously. So we now move on to our final item, 2.6, the LTP consultation document. And Stephen.
Yes, I'll just wait for Baz and Andrea to join at the and Rainer. So look, the purpose of this paper today is approving the consultation document to proceed to audit, and the document in front of you reflects all of the decisions made to date. The main or key decisions made on the 15th of February is given that shape to the consultation document. And I outlined in an email last Friday in terms of the scope really of today's debate, not being to relitigate or revisit previous decisions, and that's clear in standing orders, but also from a practicality perspective in terms of changing any of those sorts of decisions, we in effect would have to rerun our financials and would most likely miss the timeframes. Just in terms of the audit, the external audit of the CD is a crucial part of our process, where independent auditors provide you in the community with assurance on the quality of the consultation document and the underlying information on which it's built. So the consultation document is not like a telephone book of all of the information. We're actually prohibited by doing that by law. The consultation document is particularly focused on what the key issues are, and you decided what those key issues were on the 15th of February. And just to remind you, those key issues, obviously the Perpetual Investment Fund, which is really a diversification of the council investments through the establishment of that fund, which is a key to addressing the fundamental issues of insurance, which obviously impacts on the long-term financial sustainability of the council. Second one is waste collection. Obviously there's been quite a lot of conversation so far about that, but it's really progressing the council's zero waste journey. And having debated sludge management in the last LTP, this consultation seeks community views on the next significant step in that waste management journey regarding changes to curbside services. And the final third topic is around Three Waters investment. I probably don't need to say anything about the challenges in that space, but what we're really doing, or you're doing, is consulting with the community on those levels of investment and the recommendations around that. That's not to say that there are other changes that we're ignoring in that consultation document, where public interest is high and community feedback is critical, and you will see them covered in that document. Fundamentally, though, you've approved what those consultation proposals are. What we're bringing back today is how that's being expressed, and we'd welcome any feedback that you might have around what I'd call the editorial nature of the way that's been couched. The opportunity to revisit those decisions that you've made in February really happen after final deliberations in May, and previous LTPs I've been involved in, there has always been changes based on community feedback, new information, etc. So that is the right time to make those kind of changes and make those final decisions, which obviously flow through to the final approval of the LTP at the end of June and the setting of rates for the next financial year. So that's probably all I want to say. I would pass over to my guests and the colleagues. But
heads shaking at the other end, so are there any questions?
Perhaps I'd just say that we did have a Q&A session yesterday on this, but if there are any remaining questions, happy to answer.
Yes, Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. I think this question just came to my mind today. So what impact do you think this long-term plan and the consultation itself would have? What impact tomorrow's decision would have in this consultation once come out? Because this is a 10-year plan, and this is about resource allocation and where we spend money, how we're going to get money, and where we're going to build facilities. And tomorrow's decision will change some of those decisions. So how much of that will impact on this?
You're quite right. The 10-year LTP is really about the funding allocation over the next 10 years, obviously linked to the earlier work that this council did around the outcomes and priorities. So that's really driven where you've made those sort of decisions. Of course, it gets reviewed every 3 years, so there's another chance to revisit, those that direction of travel. In terms of the greatest impact, I mean, you've already decided what those 3 key issues are, and it's around the Perpetual Investment Fund, the Waste Collection Services, and obviously the Three Waters investment. So those are the things that you have already agreed.
I think the question is about how the district plan will interact with that. Is that, sorry to speak for you, Councillor, is that, yeah.
Okay, so funnily enough, Sean, Dane and myself were just having that conversation over lunch about the relationship between the LTP and the district plan. The district plan, because it's relatively slow to change, and it probably has a shelf life of, I would say, 15 years actually in reality. Obviously, when that district plan is signed off, that will actually influence future LTPs, but essentially the long-term plan is the funding required to basically implement all of those strategic kind of policies, including the district plan. The district plan is different, though. It's a regulatory instrument, as opposed to the LTP is really a funding instrument that allocates funding to where those priorities are.
Councillor Wineta?
Kia ora, I'm trying to understand where the figure given is a 7% per annum return on the investment fund has come from, is under key proposal 3 of the consultation doc.
Yeah, so that we've made an assumption there in terms of what we, based on looking at other investment funds. So things like ACC, things like the New Plymouth Fund, we've looked at average returns on that. We have been conservative in that estimate, but that's the basis for it, and that's the assumption that we've made. It could be higher, it could be lower, but we just wanted to be clear that that's our base assumption.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pennant.
Stephen, this is a question for you. I guess I understand your rationale about not making any amendments, but then what is really the point of the paper if it can't be perfected?
The point is that this committee has already made those fundamental decisions that enable this consultation document to actually be prepared. So the point of the paper is to bring that consultation document back to this committee to make sure that the tone and tenor of it fairly reflects the decisions that have already been made. And it's a necessary step before it goes to audit. So ultimately, though, this council on the 10th of April, if I'm right, signs off the final document once we've got an audit opinion, which then goes out to public consultations. This is a necessary step to send it to audit.
Sorry, so on the 10th of April, can you make any changes then?
Only those relating to audit.
Right. Okay.
The time to make changes is following consultation deliberations in May.
Councillor Young.
Really, this is a question for Andrea, I think. So just thinking about this proposed perpetual fund, and we're going to employ an investment manager to do it. I mean, bearing in mind this is a really complex field with lots of research, wouldn't it be better to split it up between a couple of stockbrokers who are doing this all the time?
Well, in effect, we would look at that. The investment manager would have that kind of skill set. That's exactly what we'd be doing. We would look at how we want to structure that, but we don't want to jump too far ahead of ourselves in terms of what that's necessarily going to look like. For example, both New Plymouth and Dunedin have their investment funds held in slightly different models.
One of them had dairy farms. Have they still got half of Tasmania covered in cows?
They sold it. Yeah, so that was New Plymouth. So New Plymouth has a CCO or they have a fund there. Dunedin City manages a fund separately within a CCO, so that they have different models. We would need to look at that.
Okay.
But the first decision here is actually how do we manage our risks in terms of the exposure we have in the insurance market and other things. And our proposal is to set up a perpetual investment fund through the sale of shares. The second element is what would that look like? And we need to do the first decision first. We would need to come back to you with advice on what that looks like, and we want community feedback on that.
Okay, thank you.
That seems to be the end of questions. Thank you. I now call on Mayor Whānau to move the paper.
Kia ora koutou. I'll keep my comments brief because it's been well explained by our officers. So a huge thank you to Stephen, Andrea and your teams for all the work that you've done on this. This has been an 18-month process. We've had about 27 workshops and meetings now. It has been a very challenging project for our officers as well as us, and it's great that it's finally ready to go out for consultation. And I'll just leave it there.
So I will second the paper, and I will reserve my right to speak. However, I will note that some amendments, as moved by Councillor Calvert, have been circulated via email, and there has been corresponding legal advice. So I want to note as chair that I am going to rule those amendments out of order, that the decisions were made on the meeting of 15th of February, and that in order to change those decisions, we would need to rescind previous decisions through a notice of motion process, and therefore, in line with officer advice, I will rule those out of order under Standing Order 2110A, that it is not directly relevant to the original motion, and it would negate a motion carried out at a committee meeting under its delegated authority. Is there any challenge to my ruling? There is a challenge to my ruling, so we will have a vote on the challenge to my ruling. So you have seen them in your email. So the motion to challenge my ruling, do you need time to prepare that? Okay, so the challenge of the chairperson's ruling.
To speak?
No. I've had some advice from Democracy Services. We're not going to have debate. This is a procedural motion. So if you wish to uphold my ruling, we can take an adjournment for 5 minutes. Thank you.
public, to more accurately communicate the problem and explain to them what exactly we are trying to solve. Nā reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
Councillor Panovich, do you wish to speak as seconder?
No. Point of order. I was wondering if we could have officers some questions.
Yes, you can.
Do we want to do that before
we can do that before the seconder speech. If that's
No, I'm fine.
okay. All right. Yes, great. Okay, so let's ask a question and see who the right person is to answer it. Okay, Councillor Randall.
So, first of all, do officers support this amendment?
We can't support anything, but we certainly understand the intent of this, and we think that this is perfectly achievable.
Okay. Also, Councillor Winera outlined that part of the reason this amendment has been put forward is because it's about establishing a fund and not about paying down debt. Is there any change as part of this proposal with the debt headroom facility that we have currently?
No, what is being proposed here would have no impact on the financial strategy that we're pursuing here.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
So my question to officers is, do they think they have missed something to include in the consultation in accepting this amendment and having no position in supporting or against?
I don't think anything has been missed. As the consultation document stands currently, it starts with the consultation question, which is the proposed answer. I think, if I'm understanding Councillor Winera correctly, he's wanting to highlight the problem definition more so that people can understand where we're coming from with the proposal that we're consulting on. So we're trying to flip what we've got in the document on its head and make that story come out more.
Perhaps just to add, it isn't a change in direction around that proposal, it's simply the way it's articulated. And I think that's perfectly fine.
So may I just also say that, is this an impression of officers? This might be a justification for those who voted in support of the asset sale and putting forward what consultation question type can be included in the consultation.
I think you're drawing officers into debate in a way that I'm not comfortable with as chair, Councillor. Councillor Chung.
Thank you for this. Do you think that there's any way that this could be misconstrued or misunderstood? Because I don't see it myself, but
yeah.
Is there?
No, I don't believe so. I think the intent here is to try and provide the public with greater clarity in what we're trying to achieve, which is the purpose of the consultation document. You know, and you, in making the decisions to go out and consult on this matter, have had a raft of reports and presentations. The Mayor's just noted 27, briefings, meetings. You've had a wider variety of information, to inform that decision to include this as a matter within the consultation document. This has come from a lens of actually, does the consultation document as it drafted, is this going to be sufficient to engage our community with the right debate, which is the intent of the consultation document itself. And I think this is, that's the intent here, which we're happy to address.
Looks like there are no further questions, so we will move on to debate of the amendment, if there is any debate. Oh, yes. Sorry, one more question.
It's Latin, it means the same thing.
So, sorry, I did see some hands up about debate and then I lost my way. Councillor Pannett.
Look, I'm actually going to vote against this. Councillor Winera, through the chair, I do appreciate you trying to help the officers and, communicate clearly with the public. But it's very long. I think the explanation is clear enough in the consultation document. I think the point about encouraging the public to offer solutions to the insurance problem is fine. If people have got ideas, that's great. But the best minds in the whole world are working on this at the moment, and it's a problem that is shared globally. So I'm not quite sure it's the most possibly the most useful way to ask for feedback. It's quite a tricky one to, when people aren't, haven't gone to the 27 meetings and read lots of paperwork, to be able to comment. And it's just very difficult. All of us would struggle with it, and I don't think that's particularly helpful. The last one, look, that's the Mayor's job to lobby the government. The government knows we don't have any cash, like all councils don't have enough cash. So, I just think it's just a bit, it's just not really adding that much. And I've tried to exercise discipline tomorrow and have come with very high level substantial changes. So I just think these sort of little ones possibly aren't that useful. But I do appreciate the attempt. Thank you.
Councillor Rogers.
Kia ora, yeah. From my perspective, I wasn't here when the original decision was made, and while I had been following the long-term process and everything that was going into it and felt like I had a good understanding of it, it wasn't until I had a one-on-one with Andrea where I came to the position where I was starting to say words that are unfit for this room. And I think when I then went through and read the long-term plan consultation document, I didn't have the same response. And I think in reflection, for many people who may have been following all of the meetings that we've been having a bit more loosely, to me it didn't communicate the gravity of the situation. And so that's why I'm happy to support this amendment, because I think it's really important that we are, like Diane said earlier, making sure that people are able to access and understand all of the information that we're providing, and that we're not trying to hide behind anything, and we are presenting what the real issues that we're facing are.
Councillor Young.
Just briefly, I'll be voting against this. I've spent most of my life in communications, and this totally obfuscates. I still haven't got a clue what it's talking about. And so I think, that's not really going to be helpful. I'd rather stick with the way we have it at the moment.
Councillor Brown.
I'm in favour of this because I think it actually does clarify the critical issue. But I actually also had a conversation with Andrea about a number of other details in the consultation document. And I think there are a number of editorial changes and a couple of fact changes that probably need to be made. So what I would hope is that there will be another version of the consultation document that is produced in the next day or two with a couple of other tweaks. And maybe the smart thing to do would be to then circulate that if other people want to have a say. But I think it's very important that the consultation document does actually go to the critical point of why we're doing what is quite a major transaction. And I think this actually adds to the understanding of that critical point, basically. I'd just like to make one other observation, which you might find interesting, is that our insurable assets at the moment have a replacement cost of over $14 billion. The assessed potential damage in the event of an earthquake is $5 billion. And of course, our actual insurance cover that we actually buy at the moment is $740 million. So you can very quickly arrive at understanding that we're actually significantly understating the potential scale of risk here, given that the port company's own earthquake damage that occurred in the Kōrau quake was in the vicinity of pretty much the entirety of our insurance cover. So, and that's just one particular business. So there are a lot of other, but I would agree entirely if somebody said to me that's far too many facts, and I think that's right. But I think the ones that have been raised in this memo are worth raising because it is the critical issue that we are colossally and chronically underinsured. Just remembering that we're spending over $1 billion as we speak building sludge minimisation, libraries, town halls, none of which actually basically are insured, which is completely a dereliction of our responsibilities to Wellington.
Just to note, the document won't be recirculated. However, this discussion is our opportunity to provide feedback either through this amendment but also through debate that's going forward. And it sounds like you've already done that, Councillor, and other people should do that as part of the debate. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. I see the intention of this amendment. The intention is just to justify what had been voted on previously. And I think that is a wrong way going ahead, and I'm not supporting for that reason. It's also interesting to see people who I see will be voting value-based, trying to justify their decisions on previous one, and that will be seen during the community's feedback, and then we will see how that's gonna play in the community.
My apologies, Deputy Mayor Finn.
Yeah, I just would like to thank Councillor Winera for bringing this. And really, because when you open with, we're transferring sorry, I have lost my page. But I think the opening sentence of this is not, as it is currently, is not going to get the understanding and the alarm, if you like, through to Wellingtonians on the position that we are in. And if we look at the way that our dear media portrays, gets our attention, to me this situation, as Councillor Brown has just articulated, is incredibly alarming, and I think we need to really make sure that this is clear when we go out for consultation. And sometimes council speak is very dry in the way it communicates, so I would like to see a clearer definition of the problem that we are in. So yes, the city is only 1/6 insured at the moment, and so this is an alarming situation to be in. So I will be supporting Councillor Winera's amendment on trying to make this position clear to the Wellington public.
Councillor McNulty.
Every now and then, sometimes we have to toot our own horn or remind people of the experience we bring. So I spent a decade in insurance broking, and I headed up programs of over $1 billion Australian dollars of assets. So I like to think when it comes to insurance, I might know a little bit around it. And I think I've heard some denial in the wider public debate that there is an insurance issue. There is an insurance issue. I just want to be so categorical about that. The insurance issue exists and it's real. And at the moment, even if there was a sale of the airport, which I think is short-termism thinking, cutting off your nose to spite your face, we still wouldn't be grappling with it, but it's real. So for anyone who wants to go out there and say it's not an issue, you might as well, no, I'm not going to go there. So we do need to combat that, and I appreciate the scope of this amendment to do that, and I plan on happily supporting it. Something that I actually really take objection to is this insinuation that's sort of coming around the table of like the public is stupid. Anyone who's engaged or looked at how I do social media will notice I'm not afraid to have a 2,000-word Facebook post that actually lays out structurally in much detail why we're making the decisions that we're making. And people are engaging. And I got an email last night, and it just was a really nice one to get. But, hi Ben, just wanted to send you a quick email to say thank you for the effort you make to share and explain council and Takapū Northern Ward related issues. To say that we can't frame the insurance issue and that people won't get it or it's distracting is actually just a kick in the guts to the integrity of the public. They will get it. There is a massive insurance problem. We won't be able to solve it ourselves. I understand why officers have brought this proposal. Again, not as someone who thinks that the airport is worth selling. I think it has long-term strategic value to the city, but I understand why it's brought through. So, yeah, some of this debate, I guess, is a little bit perplexing, but I'll be happily supporting it because it's framing the debate with a real problem. It's asking us to go for government for intervention, which we need to do in engaging with ministers, and it's telling to the public, hey, if you have some ideas, because then some people might just let us know.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, I mean, much of what I would say has probably been said one way or another, but I think in the course of my political career, the fundamental thing I've learned is you have to be able to explain the why. And if I will support this because I think that this is an incredibly important issue. It will be quite a divisive issue, but we need to explain why we've reached this position. And I personally do think we do need perhaps to go down this route. But if we actually think that, we need to really convince the public by explaining why we think that.
I see no other hands up, so Councillor Winera, right of reply. Oh, unless Councillor Panovich, you wish to say anything? Councillor Winera.
I really almost didn't. I think my point was well made, but unfortunately I do have to respond.
I do say so myself.
There is I think there's one thing I have to respond to, and since I'm on the warpath this week, I am going to address the member for Paikawakawa who insinuated that my bringing of this amendment was to somehow excuse a prior vote that I made, namely to put the creation of a perpetual investment fund out to public consultation. I utterly reject that, and I'm insulted that that would even be suggested. I personally chose to put that out to consultation because I chose not to stick my head in the sand with regard to a potentially crippling insurance issue for our city. I chose to put it out to consultation because I care about what the public think, and as Councillor McNulty beautifully articulated, I think they have the smarts to work it out for themselves, and I think they have really valuable input that we could all, including my young 24-year-old self, learn from. So I'm not excusing any action. I stand by all of the votes I've cast around this council, and I think that this simply puts faith in the public, explains the process clearly, and clarifies the problem we are trying to solve. Kia ora.
So we will now we will put the amendment. Is there anything people wish to take separately? Iona, please no. All right, we will vote on the amendments as a block. That has carried. We now move back to debate on the substantive. Does anybody wish to speak? Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, and obviously I'd like to thank yourself and the Mayor and the officers again for their work. I just want to restrict myself to the sort of the newish stuff in this document, not because we're not relitigating. Although I guess I do think it's a bit tricky to be given a paper saying you can't amend it, but you have to vote on it or vote against it.
I just note we could amend the paper, we couldn't amend our decisions that made previously into the budget, so that we have just amended the paper.
Yeah, okay. I just note that I find the process quite tricky. Look, I think it is a clear document, which is good. So, except Ms. Reeves and I were having just a small discussion about the rates tables, which are incredibly confusing. Because if you look at that, you go, "Oh, why am I paying this much, or not enough, or too much?" But I think we will need feedback from people, and just to reassure public who maybe got sort of at 18%. Will be worried because people are losing their jobs and other costs are going up. So that will be, if you just read this short consultation document, that would be good. I like the idea of the participatory budgeting pool and tool. So I was given that assurance from staff after my questions yesterday that people will be able to fiddle around and say, okay, look, I can't afford this, so I could get rid of that. And the officer assures me too that people, all they need to do to make a submission is to say, I can't afford this. These are the things I think are good. So it could be a very short submission and that will be fine. And saying that, you know, I think that the way the choices have been done is a little bit hard for people to maybe get their heads around, and sometimes isn't a real choice. Like, so choice 1 and 2 on the water is, well, I doubt practically anyone is actually going to support that because it basically says, well, it's not going to fix many problems. But the choices need to be, I think, as was suggested to me, if you can sort of say, look, for this amount of money you get this, and for this amount of money you get that. And I get why staff have concerns with that approach, but I think it's a way of framing that most people understand when they go and buy, I don't know, if they're going on holiday, they're lucky enough to go on holiday and it's sort of a package or whatever. This is kind of quite easy. And I'm just thrilled that people are so passionate about insurance because I've been banging on about it. And I hope we remember that tomorrow, because this is one of my deep, deep concerns with the way that we're going forward as a city, because it's not just the city that can't insure itself, it's also homeowners or landlords who then have, obviously, that impacts renters. It's just almost too big to understand. So I very much do look forward to hearing from the public about all of these very complex issues. I think, look, we do tend to sort of just the final point is just corral people into these are the three issues. I know we have to by law, but some people will say, well, actually, they're not my three issues. I mean, I like some of them. It's good. Look, people have said about the water. Obviously, I support the waste work. But, you know, it is just a bit tricky because people might just have a completely different agenda. And I will reluctantly agree to another charge, the waste work, of course, which I've worked on, but I'm just sort of groaning at having to spend $100 on a service that I do not need because I've already sorted my composting system out. But nevertheless, if it gets more people composting, that will be a good thing. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Well, of course, I support this going out to consultation because I really want to hear how people roar when they see the figures in front of them, and then we'll ignore the feedback because that's the Wellington way. I'm very concerned about this long-term plan and the costs because I think we could have done far more at addressing things like a sinking lid on staff. And I know people talk about austerity, but austerity is just about living within our means, and Wellington is really fast becoming unaffordable, especially for those on low incomes and those on fixed incomes. A couple of things I just want to highlight. One is the airport shares. It'll be interesting to see if we decide to sell the airport shares, who will buy them. I see that Heathrow is 20% owned by the Qatar government, and Saudi Arabia is contemplating buying another 25%. That makes some interesting business partners. And we claim to be business friendly, and yet our commercial rates are the highest in the country. Sir Bob Jones, one of New Zealand's biggest commercial property owners, recently posted that his company owns 20 prime location Wellington CBD buildings. It has 9 in Auckland, also in prime locations, but they're much bigger, so the same rental area. In Wellington, he currently pays $8.3 million in rates. In Auckland, it's $2.4 million in rates. How can we call ourselves business friendly? I'm concerned about the suburban parking fees. I think they're just a money grab from a profligate council because we talk about levels of service, and that's just municipal speak for less maintenance on our community facilities and gardens. And I'm also concerned about city safety and the proposed cuts to graffiti removal, and more importantly, the monitoring of CCTV cameras that was originally done by volunteers who got basically fired at very short notice, and now and council promised around-the-clock service. So I'm concerned about a lot of this LTP plan, but I want to hear what people in Wellington think, so I support it going out to consultation.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. I'm not supporting this to go out to consultation as yet. I'm supporting it to go out to be audited because I think that, and it'll be interesting to see when the auditors look at some of the information, how accurate it is and whether it does meet the requirements. In particular, I'm really concerned that we have a huge social housing commitment, and I'm not commenting one way or the other in terms of the validity of it, but it's certainly something that should be there much more clearer than what we've seen in the draft papers. I'm also really disappointed that this committee saw fit not to ensure that there was correct information in the document, and I'll talk about 2 assets that were going out for consultation. I acknowledge the committee made a decision last month, but it made that decision based on incorrect information. Now, we previously have voted to go out and engage with the community around closing any assets. We've done that specifically on both the Wadestown Community Centre, and we've done it specifically on the Kandala Summer Pool. We also reiterated this when we signed off on our community facilities network plan at the end of last year. We were absolutely assured there would be nothing was going to be closed, and if it was or amended in any way, it would come out to the community, and the community would be engaged with, not a paragraph in a long-term plan consultation document. This is disingenuous to our communities because we're here to represent our communities. We're not here to represent the organisation. And so I know we have standing orders, but as we all know, we don't always listen to officers' advice. And we can make changes. And for something small, we could have easily made a change. So I'm really disappointed that that was disallowed, but acknowledging that you can do so under standing orders, but it is against what we're here for in terms of representing our communities. And there's been, as you was seen from those communities, there has already been a strong support for retaining assets that are community assets that have been around close to 100 years, and we think we can just kill it with a paragraph in the LTP. Now, and the LTP consultation document has got big things. We just talked about selling airport shares worth hundreds of millions of dollars. We've talked about a water infrastructure with hundreds of millions of dollars. And here we have, in a consultation document buried in whatever page number, closing long-term community assets. And given there's been a lot of noise made about selling assets, that we can just put these on the scrap heap just with a simple resolution. So I'm really disappointed that this has gone through, and I'm disappointed that there wasn't even a debate about it, or even for those amendments to have been aired in any way. So I've sent you all an email, and I'd like to table that email as a document attached to the minutes of this meeting.
So I'll speak briefly. Yes, I've got you on my list. I seconded it. So thanks. I'll keep cheering. So I just want to note that in terms of any alarm to be raised about the auditors, that it was reported to me at the last Audit and Risk Committee that the auditors reported that this was the best LTP process they had ever been involved in. So that I would question any doubt being cast about the quality of our work with regards to the auditor. There have been multiple attempts to try and bring the auditor and that process into the political realm, and I reject that. And the feedback that we have had is that we are running a very good process. I would also just note that we are sending, there has nothing been buried. We are sending, this is a consultation document. We are about to go into an exhaustive process with the public to hear their views, and there is an appropriate time to make a decision. Again, we have had multiple decisions, multiple debates about the community facilities referred to by the previous councillor speaking, and there will be another opportunity once we have heard from the public. And that is the correct process. That is the process we are following. And I look forward to working with all of you to listen to those views and then come back around this table to make the decisions that we need to make for the good of the city. Councillor McNulty.
Apologies, Chair. It's getting towards the end of the day. I do happen to have the page open that Councillor Calvert was referring to, so it's 10 paragraphs on Kandala Pool. Just had a quick look there. But on that page, what I want to talk about is I just want to thank the officers for the integration of my amendment. It's fantastic to see one of the first sentences being the proposed introduction of parking fees in the suburban shopping centre precincts of Tawa, Johnsonville, Newlands, Kandala, Northland, Karori, Aro Valley, Kelburn, Newtown, Berrinbor, Island Bay, Kilburnie, Miramar and Rongopai is proposed to better manage high demand. It's fantastic to see that come through, to make that message so loud and clear for the consultation, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from a large amount of suburban groups around their thoughts of that. So I want to just again thank officers for integrating that so nicely into the consultation document.
Thank you, Councillor. I wonder how many times we have to listen to you repeat that list. There doesn't look like there's any further debate, so I'll go to Mayor Whanau for a right of reply.
Yeah, just a few comments. Thank you to Councillor Winera for his amendment. Very well explained, and I think that educational piece is incredibly important, so thank you for that, really helpful. Thank you to the Chair This has been a lengthy and robust process, and you've had to make some difficult calls, but I 100% back you for all of those calls. This entire process, again, 18 months, 27 workshops, it has been transparent, it has been engaging, it has been really clear. We just need to get on and make decisions. I am so against, pausing, changing at the last minute or whatever when someone doesn't agree with a particular decision. We're doing everything incredibly democratically. And now it's time to go to the auditors who have already provided good feedback and the public. Let's do that. Let's hear from the public. I'm looking forward to continue working on this, but let's just go to a vote.
Is there anything people wish to take separately? No? Okay, we will put those resolutions to the vote. That is carried. That brings us to the end of the business for the day. I will close the meeting with a karakia. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te uru tapanui. Kia wātia, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua. I te ara takatū, koia rā e rongo, whakairia āki ki runga. Kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia. I'd like to thank you all for, we got through a lot of business in a relatively short period of time. Thank you, everybody.